Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey! What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. In here, out there, everywhere. Mr. and Mrs. America, whatever. High fives, fist bumps. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. If you did, welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is here, too.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
And if you'd like to join us at any point, we'd love to have you. There's no shortage of ways that you can contact us. It's what the professionals call engagement. You can call the phone lines, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can text me at 35192. I will see those, even if I don't respond to yours. I still see them. Sometimes I will respond. If you hit me, if you scratch me right where I itch, you know, sometimes I'm in the mood to have some fun with people on the text. Other days, there's too many plates spinning. So we'll see what kind of day today is. If you listen on iHeartRadio, a little talkback button there. You can leave messages for us as well. Email me for whatever. I'm in a much better mood today than I was yesterday. I was in a foul mood all day yesterday because of a local business that I patronized. God, I want to blow them up so bad.
Do it.
No, because
Do it. Burn bridges. Burn bridges. Burn bridges.
it's still somebody trying to make a living. It's just, boy, did this piss me off. And it just stuck with me all day long.
Group chat it. Group chat it. Group chat it.
It won't mean anything to you guys,
Yeah, I
really.
kinda know, too.
I'll tell the story, but it won't really mean anything. If by the end of the story I want to mention them by name, that's still in play. But boy, I'm trying to be a cool guy and a professional. You know, because listen, people are out there trying to make a living or whatever. Gwen got my car detailed for my birthday, and she found a spot near us and got my car detailed. Now, I don't have a lot of crap in my car. You could probably figure that out just by the way I am, right? I don't have wrappers. I don't have papers. I don't have crap on the floor. I have barely anything in my car. And so that makes it pretty simple when you have to take it in and get it detailed. It's just them kind of cleaning it and vacuuming it and scrubbing it, you know, just the day-to-day of driving your car. You'll have some dust and maybe some crumbs from some drive-through fries. You know, they'll find an errant piece of candy or something under one of the seats. I do have a 7-year-old. So literally, even before I took the car over there, removed the seat from the car that my daughter sits in, right? So literally nothing in my car, except there is, and I don't mean the armrest console. You know how you have, like, you open your armrest and there's stuff in there? Mm-hmm. I don't mean that. That's got a couple of CDs and it's got some quarter, whatever. There is like a center console platform that is underneath the dashboard.
Yeah, mine like slides open.
There you go.
Almost like an accordion, it looks like.
Yeah, there's different kinds, right? Mine's just open, and all I have on it is the parking thing that I have. What's it called? A placard? The thing that you hang from your rearview mirror so that I can park in one of the iHeart spots in this building. I have that, and I have a seashell.
You have the updated one?
The updated what?
Never mind.
The updated seashell.
The updated placard?
Yeah.
I have what they gave me when I got here. If there's an updated one or if you're trolling me, I don't know
There's
about
an updated
that.
one. But
Is there really?
Yeah.
How do I get one of those?
I mean, you just got to know the lady.
The lady?
Mhm.
Oh, we're at the gate?
Yeah.
There's never anybody at the gate when I get here. Anywho, that's immaterial. So literally in my car, in this little platform there, it is just my placard. It's down there when it's not on my rearview mirror, and a seashell that has been in my car for about 15 years. Came over from my old car. Now, I don't have a lot of things in my life that are little tokens of significance to me, but this seashell is one of them. And it's been in my car. It was a perfect round urchin shell. And Gwen gave me this very early in our relationship. She had gone on a trip. She had brought back this shell for me. And I've kept it ever since. So it's very important to me. The time in our relationship when she gave it to me was a little touch and go. So I've had it in my car the whole time. So I go to pick up my car on Saturday, and I'm pulling out. And Gwen bought me this car detailing, so she's already paid for it. And I'm pulling out, and I notice the shell is gone. And I go, oh, wait a second. And so I stop. These people must have been waiting to get the F out of there on Saturday. I literally turn around. The door is down. Nobody's there anymore. I'm like, well, okay. So I call the number on this thing. Now, again, I don't know how this place is run. It's a bunch of teenagers. I don't know who runs it. It's like the dude rents a bay in a car wash and then details cars. I mean, the car looked great. Did a good job. But I call the number that's on their sign because, again, I turn around and they are gone, like in thin air, right? Saturday afternoon, you want to get the F out of there, whatever. So I call and I go, yo, I said, you guys did my car and there's something missing from the car. And the guy goes, oh, well, everybody's gone. It's not like they have an office there. So I'm calling the guy's cell. I don't know who this is, right? Like I said, it's a bunch of teenagers when I go pick it up. I don't know who I'm talking to. He goes, I'll get a hold of you first thing Monday morning and we'll see if we can find it. I go, if you can't, there's going to be an issue. So now, again, I don't know what that issue is going to be, right?
You're upset.
I'm upset.
Yeah.
So anyway, they call Gwen. They don't call me.
Well, she made the reservation.
She did, but I called the guy. He's got my number. I'm now in his recent calls, right? So anyway, they call her and they go, yeah, we found it, but it's all broken up. And I go, so I am white hot. I'm so frigging livid at this whole thing. And I go, okay, what? Nothing I can do about it now, right? I go in there this morning. Bunch of teenage kids. I don't know who runs this place. I walk up. They're sitting around waiting for whatever their first appointment of the day is. I go, hey, I'm the guy that called about the shell. And this kid goes, oh, yeah. He reaches around and pulls it out of this, and it's in pieces. I go, so what happened? How did this happen? And he goes, I guess I threw it away. I go, you threw it away? Yeah. I go, you threw it away. You just stuff in people's cars? A shell? I go, I had nothing in the car. There's a shell sitting by itself. You threw that away. And everybody's sitting there silent. I go, you just threw it away? Yeah, I guess. I'm like, you normally throw things away from people's cars? Is that how it works? Or he's like, I go, okay, cool, man. Cool. I mean, A, what am I going to do about it? Nothing, right? B, they clearly couldn't give a fat frog's ass. So I'm like, okay, cool. So now I have these shards in my car, but it ruined my entire day yesterday. And that is a testament, again, to what a frigging professional I am. Because if you listened to the show yesterday, never would have known it. I was Captain Fun. I'm bobbing and weaving. I'm in and out.
That explains your whole attitude
was pissed. I'm still pissed.
Yeah.
I'm still
You should be pissed. That sucks.
I've had this thing for 15 years. Even Gwen was like, yeah, it sucks, but don't worry about it. I go, okay,
Well, and you're
she
not
was
a
trying to call,
sentimental guy,
she was trying to calm me down. No, and she got it. And I go,
so that's why it's such a big deal.
I know.
I have things like that everywhere.
Now, again, there's no way they would have known that. But my point is, who is taking things out of people's cars and throwing it away? Did you think I had a random seashell in my car? I just got back from Myrtle Beach or something, Literally sitting on this little platform where it never moves. And I was like, okay, cool, bro.
How damaged is it? Are we talking
Yeah, it's all shards.
But big or tiny?
Well, it's not dust.
Could it be put back together?
No. This is one of those. The shell itself, it was so fragile to begin with. That's why I never took it out of the car. I just put it there, right? Just left it there.
Nice little momentum.
Little thing that I have, right? No, but it was, it's a seashell. It's a urchin, little urchin shell.
Right.
Perfectly concentric, perfectly round, perfectly intact. When she found it, she brought it for me. Whatever. So. The fact that it never cracked until now, I guess, was probably pretty amazing in and of itself. But I was like, so I'm like, okay, well, I guess there's nothing I can do about it. But I was like, so and I wasn't going to stand. Liz, I was getting nothing from these people. So I'm like, I'm not going to stand here and pitch a fit because there's nothing they can do.
Mm-hmm.
They're sure as hell not going to refund the cost of the detailing because they're running a business. That's the last thing they're going to do.
Well, it's not even about the money,
But
though.
it's not. Wasn't even my money. Gwen paid for it. I was like, okay. And walked away. Yeah, I guess.
Did the manager guy that you called
call
know. You back?
Not me. He didn't call me. I don't know who the hell's running the place over there. It might be these kids. What the hell do I know? But man, I was pissed. I'm still trying to calm down over it. I'm still trying to get my head right and be like, oh, it's silly.
It's not, though.
Well, whatever. It's what's done is done. What's done is done. Hey, Dave.
Yep.
What's going on, Dave?
I have, by the way, loathed the show on a daily basis.
I appreciate that.
Good question. I know that you live in Bay Village, and I know you can't say what this place is, but does it happen to be in an adjoining or next to suburb?
Oh, listen, I could absolutely say what this place was. And until about 10 minutes ago, I was going to flame this place on the air. But I think, again, they're just trying to run a business. I'm never going back there, but I'm not trying to jam anybody up. I'm just super, super pissed that these kids were like, yeah, I guess I'll just throw that away. Whoever this guy is, he should know, dude, you got a bunch of dummies doing the work at your spot.
Oh, dude, I get it. I get it. I think I actually took my car to the same place and had almost not quite exact, but very similar situation go down. So, yeah.
Well, we'll all, Dave, we'll all live to fight another day. So anyway, thank you.
Well, and when you say they're running a business, this is similar to how I felt when I ordered a non-alcoholic drink and got served an alcoholic one. It's this is not the end of the world, but if you are running a business, maybe pay attention, maybe not put a little effort into it, but it's hey, you can't be careless. You can't, this is other people's stuff,
Well, not only that, but I mean, are you guys doing this on a regular basis? Are you just, do you assume what is and isn't debris? I don't know. I wasn't going to stand there and talk to these dumb kids, who were staring at me glassy-eyed in the first place. I was like, all right, fine. But again, if the dude who owns the place had been there, I would have read him the riot act, but I don't know who that is.
Call him back.
Could be made up. No, because it's done. What are they going to do? They're not going to do anything. It's fine. I will just not give my business.
What if they give you 2 free?
It would have been funny if I'd looked at this kid and said, well, you just lost a customer, mister.
Dude, I don't care. I'm so high right now. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, exactly. I guess I threw it away. You guess you threw it away? Well, it's in pieces, so I'm going to assume that's what happened. Anyway, let's have some fun. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free
and her murder cult on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192 to send a text. Got another $1,000 for you here in about 4 or 5 minutes, right around 2:30. Give me the next keyword for you to grab some money. We're right back into it. $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You will get a keyword 30 past every hour here on this show today. So plenty of chances for you to win. The next one a few minutes away. Guardians start up tonight in Kansas City, who are the worst team in the division right now. The Royals are 22 and something. But anything can happen. So 8:10 tonight is your first pitch. That's the first of 3. Cleveland in Kansas City to play the Royals. And then they will head north and play the Cubs at Wrigley over the course of the weekend. But, of course, you can listen to all the action tonight starting at 7:40 here on your FM home for Cleveland Guardians, WMMS, and on the iHeartRadio app, too. So it's going to be 89 and sunny in Kansas City.
Woof.
So it's a good thing that these aren't home games, because they would most likely be rained out, or at the very least, considerably delayed. But it's beautiful right now in Kansas City, Missouri, which I think is where they play. They play in the Missouri side, right? Not the Kansas side?
I think so.
No idea.
That's a Missouri team.
I have friends who are they live in St. Louis and they're fans of that team.
Yeah, I think that
is
it's
Missouri.
Oh, you mean as opposed to the Cardinals?
They're not Cardinals.
Why aren't they Cardinals fans?
I don't know.
Huh.
I can text her.
Yeah.
Why don't you like the Cardinals?
Why? Who do you think you are?
I don't live in this state. I don't really care,
Who the hell, in the name of Brett Saberhagen, who the hell do you think you are? I guess I never think about Missouri having 2 baseball teams, but they do. They've got the Royals and the Cardinals. When I was on in St. Louis many years ago, I had to do a lot of Cardinals stuff. And so my first question is always, what are the nicknames, right? I still don't know that the Guardians have a nickname. I hear people calling them the Guards, but I don't know that that's ever taken off.
I hear guards and guardies, yeah.
Guardies?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've never heard that. It doesn't have the
You're not
same...
really plugged in the way I am.
I guess I'm not. It doesn't have the same zhuzh like Tribe did for the Indians.
Not at all.
But when I was in...
us Guardy boys are...
Guardy boys. Now that I like, the Guardy boys.
It's the big fans.
Yeah.
And we call ourselves Guardy boys.
The Guardy boys. No, when I was on in St. Louis, you had the Birds are in town tonight. Birds or Red Birds. Call them anything but Cardinals, right? Can I say Cardinals? Don't, because you'll sound like from out of town. I am from out of town. Anyway, Royals. Guardians tonight on MMS. The College World Series ended last night, deciding Game 3 in Omaha, Nebraska. The LSU Tigers obliterated the Florida Gators. 18-4 was the final. Imagine that. You get all the way to the Men's College World Series. All the way. You've beaten every other team you played to get to that point, and then you score 4 runs. 14 unanswered runs by the other team.
There it is. And for the first time since 2009 and 7th overall, the Tigers can say, we are champions. An amazing turn of events, Wallace. After getting trounced 24-4 yesterday, they come back, score 18 with a record-setting 24 hits of their own and just destroy the Gators.
Think about that. So you lose Game 2 24-4, and then you come back. That's why it's impossible to make heads or tails of how these teams are going to go. So the LSU Tigers destroy the Florida Gators there in Omaha. Now, if you are a graduate, Louisiana State University, or of the University of Florida, you can console yourself, Gators fans, with the fact that you have way better bands to come out of that town than LSU does when you think about it, right? Florida's in Gainesville, Florida, and LSU's in Baton Rouge. And try, other than blues bands, I'm talking about rock and roll bands. You try to name me one rock and roll band out of Baton Rouge. I can give you a dozen out of Gainesville. Just much more fertile ground. So whatever in the College Men's World Series last night, whatever you have lost in baseball, you've more than made up for in musical creativity over the long. You got Tom Petty, famously from Gainesville, right? I don't think Skinnerd are from Gainesville. Poundcake, are Leonard Skinnerd from Gainesville, Florida?
No.
Thank you. Anyway, take my word for it. Less Than Jake. That's a Gainesville band. Against Me, the great Against Me. Gainesville bands, as far as the eye can see, left and right. Well, what rock and roll's coming out of Baton Rouge? You'd think you'd be able to conjure one. Maybe somebody will tell me. Maybe somebody will text me. Maybe somebody will get me hip to this. I can't think of one rock and roll band from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Alan, I feel your pain on that shell. I came home early today, happy, only to find that the deer had gotten into my garden and eaten most of my vegetables to the ground. Those deer are just as careless as those damn kids. I'm heated, and I don't even have anyone to yell at. Well, listen, allow me to be your sounding board. That's fine. Right there with you today. These damn deer, they just want everything handed to them.
They're so cute, though. Imagine them just, like, chomping and eating.
But you got to slam on your brakes when there's one and not paying attention.
Yeah.
What did I say? No situational awareness in these deer. They don't know what's going on.
Whole city of Cleveland.
So,
I had two of them.
Deer crying the other day.
I had two of them in front of my car crying at each other. I'm like, get out of my way.
People who have hit deer, do they feel bad for hitting a deer? Like, oh, like.
It's pretty traumatizing, depending on how quickly. Yeah, I mean, people who have
died swerving and missing deer.
Yeah, but people who've like slammed into a deer, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, you're hitting an animal. You're killing an animal. That's no good. I mean, even if they're, running roughshod through your snap peas and your cabbage and your lettuce beds.
That's where your mind goes to a vegetable garden, lettuce and cabbage.
Yeah, but if
I don't know what this guy's growing.
If you got that kind of garden, I mean, what do you think? Like animals treat that like a
smorgasbord.
Yeah, they're like,
well, that's why it's like
this is convenient.
We've got a lot of different things growing in the garden, and so it's difficult to figure out. I rescued that bird last week. That got caught up in the netting around our raspberry bushes. But we don't have a lot of deer on the inside of the fence, but they're always in the front. I'll be mowing the lawn, and I'll be finding deer scat all over the place. And so my concern is always that they're going to chomp on my blueberries. Oh, no. And I can't have that. Listen, Bill, these are the concerns of the suburban homeowner. Are those deer going to make a meal out of my blueberries?
I am not a suburban homeowner. I am a lake
But you were.
shore
But you
condo
were.
owner.
You were.
I never owned a home.
Oh, you didn't?
I never,
You rented?
I rented my homes until I helped my ex-wife buy a house that I never have lived in.
Oh, I've done that.
And yeah, right.
Yep.
Hey.
I feel that. Yep.
Yeah, it's like I just wanted my kids to have a roof over their head.
Well, you can never be faulted for that.
And then bought the condo.
Alan, maybe if someone is feeding them more apple cores, they wouldn't be eating so much from people's gardens.
So makes a good point
I'm
there.
trying to say.
Now, I did get a lot of calls about that and a lot of messages about the whole tossing apple cores out there.
It's Johnny Appleton, Big Apple Company. I'd like to put out a message for Bill and Mary. Cease and desist on throwing the apples out of the car. It's making the squirrels go crazy. And plus, my kids need shoes. And it's the only way I make a living. Just leave the apple seed planting to us. Thank you. It's Johnny Appleton, Big Apple Company.
Oh, there you go. You've heard of
Didn't sound
Johnny
official.
Appleton from the Big Apple Company.
No, I'm gonna eat more apples and throw more apple cores just to bring down this Big Apple.
Yeah, we gotta,
Wow.
can't be
All right.
supporting Big Apple.
Big business.
Apple. Yeah.
Here's a question talking about being a suburban human. I wonder how many people out there haven't mowed a lawn before. I know Mary has. I know I have. Alan, I assume, has.
I mow my lawn with some regularity. But
Has
if you
Poundcake ever mowed a lawn?
Yes, I have.
Okay. But
he grew up with a single mom, so anyone who has boys, those boys are going to be mowing the lawn.
I complained the whole time. I was like, we should get a riding mower, blah, blah, blah. And we had like not even an acre of
So you didn't want to get any exercise whatsoever. Yes. You wanted to sit on your ass and mow the lawn.
I was a teenage boy that complained.
Was it a big yard?
No.
Well, then you're not going to have a riding mower.
But I was just saying, I was like, wow, I got to push this, blah, blah, blah. I didn't want to do the dishes. I didn't want to clean. Like, I didn't want to do chores.
I get you.
Right, but you didn't ever want to, like, help your single mom?
I didn't see it that way. It was just my mom.
Right, but she's single and needs help.
Yes, but...
Did your brother help do those things?
Yeah, but we complained.
You know, my older siblings, I don't have those. My siblings still bust my balls to this day because I was such a helpful son. Now, I'm the oldest of 4. And that's what and I go, guys, I just don't like messy stuff. We were at my, when I went home a couple of weeks ago for the mass for my dad's death anniversary, or whatever you call it.
Death-iversary?
Death-iversary, thank you. Memorial mass. And so we're all at my brother's house after. And my sister, who's considerably younger than all of us, right? I was 17 when she was born. And so they're like, oh, and we're all sitting around having drinks, whatever. We're laughing. It's all good-natured. But to this day, they'll be like, yeah, we'd come in, there's Alan doing the dishes. I'm like, I'm trying to help. My mom wasn't a single mom. I'm like, I just don't like messy stuff. Like, and it takes 2 minutes to go in and do it. And they're like, oh, Alan's.
Well, you had.
I'm like, what do you want from me? Like, I was trying to be like a helpful dude.
You had discipline, and there was probably someone to answer to. Like, if you didn't obey your mom, then your mom,
but we all had
answer
that.
to your
We
dad.
all had that, except my younger brothers were like hellions. And maybe they felt that they had more liberties to do that because I was not that way. I don't know. But I wasn't like a troublemaker. Now, granted, I was always getting my ass beat because I was the class clown. So, like, when I left the house, it was all bets were off. Like, I was on a stage the entire time in my mind. But when I got home, maybe that's what it was. But to this day, they will still break my balls about things that I do not even remember, but somehow they have locked into their brains. They have it locked in.
We had to do stuff because my dad was a yeller, so I was just trying to keep him from yelling.
An old yeller?
Yeah, sure.
Took him out back.
Yeah, but like, so mowing the lawn, and I've talked about some of the other weird chores that I had.
Killing the raccoons,
not killing the raccoons, burying the dead raccoons.
That's what it was.
He would kill them and be like, go bury them.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't got time to dig holes.
I kill them, you dig the holes.
Yeah. So I would bury raccoons or whatever varmint that were around.
There are a lot of
taking the
varmints
dumpster out, using the bobcat, like all these different things.
Yeah.
And it just made me. It's the reason I live in a condo now where I don't have to do anything, because I'm like, I had to do. It was like a ranch hand, basically.
See, we were
growing up.
Mm-hmm.
We respected our mother. Like
you did not. I got to give people $1,000 here. It's a shot to get some money from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
What do you mean you respected your mother?
We respected,
all of your anecdotes to the contrary.
We didn't disrespect our mother to her face, but we just wouldn't clean. Like, we weren't helpful. Like, we did.
So that's not respecting your mom.
But when she would say, oh, y'all, don't do that, I was like, Shanice's son down the street who's addicted to crack, that's not us. We're not.
But that's not respecting your mom. That's doing what you do to this day, which is making nonstop excuses for everything you want to do.
I don't think that's.
I know you don't. But that's what I'm not hearing the respect for your mom part.
We respected her. We weren't like
no. You were worried
her.
You were worried she was going to beat your ass. That's different.
But that's what I was saying. The difference between you and me is you had someone to answer to. Like, if you didn't do what your mom said, your dad would follow up. We respected our mom when she was there, and then when she was gone, we just wouldn't do anything because we didn't have anyone to answer to.
I see.
We weren't disciplined.
There was no concern that dad was going to come home and beat your ass.
There's only so many hours in the day that my mom was asleep half the day. And to her right, she had to, provide. So she was asleep part of the day, and then the other half, when she had to work, she was at work for
my mom
another
did
12 hours.
Constantly have to harangue us to try and get us to clean up after ourselves and do all that stuff. But, it's just part of our creative process. We're just two messy people.
You guys should try living in a hoarder house because then you never have to clean anything.
I'm sorry, whorehouse?
Yes, you never have to clean anything. The dirtier, the
There's
better.
a lot of cleaning going on in a whorehouse. Get the mop.
But
Looking like cottage cheese.
I'm curious to know how many people out there have never mowed a lawn.
Yeah.
I feel like there's
Put a poll on your Instagram. That's how I figure everything out.
Crowdsource it.
I was
100% of the time.
trying to get engagement on the show.
Oh, and call in. Let us know.
Hey, thank you, Bill. Bill's always thinking of the show. That's what I'm looking for.
I know we have to go to break, but I just wanted to say my mom kind of was lax with me doing chores because I didn't do them well. Remember the story I told you about?
You mean you purposely didn't do them well?
No, I was just slow, and I tried to make sand by putting a glass bottle in like the seed spreader.
Right.
And so she was like, you know what? You just sit this one out. We'll have Ryan.
That was one of my methods, too, is to do something so stupid or so poorly that they're like, just do nothing.
Sit
It
there.
actually helps us more if you're not involved.
Yeah.
See, we would try to clean and throw things away, and we would get in trouble. And those bags would end up back in the house, torn open, because we threw away something that was important.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
Like an urchin shell.
Like an urchin shell.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get us there. You can watch at alancoxshow.com and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
We might have a billionaire brawl.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Fall Out Boy. It's Mary's favorite band. You'll see her there. Probably shirt up.
Oh, yeah.
Front row. Will you be front row?
No, I'm
Will you be backstage?
That would be incredible. I'll throw up if that happens.
You'll throw up?
Yep.
Wow. You want to see Mary throw up with her shirt over her head? Fall Out Boy and special guest Bring Me the Horizon, all the way from England. Tuesday, July 18th, it's going to happen at Blossom. It's part of the Minutemen concert series. Tickets, info, all that. LiveNation.com. For people who've been hitting me up, try to get these tickets. Fall Out Boy and Bring Me the Horizon. Big, big tour. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Summertime means beers, barbecues, and fishing the occasional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Say what?
Remember the Ohio Players? Anybody remember these guys?
Oh, yeah.
From Dayton, Ohio? Mm-hmm. This song got huge because the Red Hot Chili Peppers covered it 25 years ago, probably, for the Beavis and Butthead movie.
I remember that.
But the Ohio Players out of Dayton and very, very popular, well-known kind of funk, those 70s funk rhythm and blues bands. A lot of them came from Ohio, that Dayton area. Ohio Players, and Zapp, Roger Troutman and those guys. I think the Ohio Players ended up being like part of the inaugural, whatever the first year was that they have, because there's a Rhythm and Blues Funk Hall of Fame or something like that. I think the Ohio Players are in there. But I only mention that because what you might think of the typical Ohioan is changing all the time. And somebody sent me this BuzzFeed or somebody did they did AI versions of every of just typical people in every state. Have you seen this?
No.
I have not, but that's hilarious.
I'll show it to you if you're watching the live stream. Let me find it here first. Hold on. I thought I sent it to myself, but it is, there you go. AI photos of men and women in every state. You know, this is, I guess, from the 70s or something, but they have a more current one, too. And things have changed over time. Let me find what they think is the typical Ohioan, according to AI, your artificial intelligentsia, putting these out. There you go. I'll show you here on the live stream. This is what they think the in the 70s. There's a modern one, though, too, and I don't...
I found the modern one.
Yeah, I'm on the BuzzFeed one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm on, too, and I can't...
It doesn't look like the 70s.
I had it...
well, he found the 70s one.
Right, the 70s one.
Arkansas looks like... who was the people from Ozark?
The Birds?
No. The old... Not Maureen. What was her name?
Darlene?
Darlene! The Arkansas
Darlene.
chick looks like Darlene.
Here's Ohio. Yeah, there you go. The current ones there.
Okay.
Kind of like a craft beer looking dude, and then kind of a
it's
post-collegiate blonde. I mean, none of these are that far off the reservation. I mean, North Dakota, a little bit more of an indigenous people vibe going on there. North Carolina, New York, New Mexico.
Ohio and Oregon look very similar.
There's Ohio. There's Oregon. Yeah, they do. Very, very similar. Oregon, kind of more of your Portland vibe there. But I'm always wondering, anytime there are lists And again, I'm not the conspiratorial type. I believe that whatever conspiracies people believe, if they have to make them up, they're probably false. It's the things that are happening in front of our eyes every single day. And they don't really rise to the level of conspiracies. They're just things that are happening in front of us every day. And we know they're happening, but we can't really process them. Every time there's something now, we're still at that kind of level where AI, they're making it fun, for lack of a better word. But in the meantime, there's probably awful, awful things being studied and developed with artificial intelligence. But in the meantime, you end up with BuzzFeed lists like this.
Which state are you hooking up with?
But I always wonder what this is for. That they're crowdsourcing something. You know, like when they talk about these apps where, hey, see, and we've all fallen prey to them. You know, we're just human. These apps are like, hey, see what you'd look like if you were 80. And then, you know, somebody will go, you know, this is just them taking pictures of people, right? This is for a database of facial recognition technology and things like that. And they're absolutely correct. That's what those things are. But they turn them into fun games so that you voluntarily have a picture of your face that they've, you know. What state am I hooking up with?
Yeah, which state? They say, we saw you from across the bar and wanted to know if you want to come up to our room. Which state?
I like this chick in Arizona. Like to cut her jib.
Let me see the Arizona one again, because California's
pretty
Arizona. Good too. Okay, Arizona's all right, and then the
California's all right.
Older guy's pretty.
Well, I have to hook up with the guy too.
No, but I mean, he's gonna be there. It's
he's rugged.
It's a hot wifing. So like he's gonna be there, but you're gonna be banging his wife.
Hot wifing?
You never heard of hot wifing?
No, he's gonna be there, and I am gonna bang his. He's gonna watch.
Yeah,
a different word.
Oh
no,
let's see.
Hot wifing is
is that the new cuck?
I didn't know if I could say it.
Cuck? Yeah, I mean, it's, you know.
But I mean,
it's what I get called by our mega listeners on a daily basis.
Cucking is more like a derogatory thing, but like hot wifing is just like, hey, man, she's hot, I share her.
Oh, all right. Oh, the cucking is when you're doing it against the guy's will?
Kind of, yeah.
And hot wifing is, hey, I have a hot wife.
Come have some.
Come have some of her. Okay. Illinois, my home state. Check out these two.
Okay.
You got to dig that.
She's hot.
Nevada's kind of like a Adam Levine looking guy. I don't mind him.
Nevada.
Oh, why does everybody's nose so red? Like they're alcoholics or something.
They might be if they're living in Nevada.
No, all of them. I feel like everybody's nose is red in these pictures.
Don't know.
Oh, not Missouri.
Anyway, these are, it's kind of interesting to look at.
Dude, you're talking about AI and all this. I, for the first time ever, watched Black Mirror last night.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Gwen started watching it from the begining, too. Because
I watched 5 of them. I like
from
Googled,
the very beginning?
No, I just Googled, like, best Black Mirror episodes.
Yeah.
And then kind of cross-referenced 2 or 3 different sites and picked a few that
Which
were
ones
listed
did
as
you
the best.
watch?
Well, the one that messed me up the most was the very first one ever with that Prime Minister.
Prime Minister and the pig.
Yeah, that one's
Dude,
messed up, yeah.
It really seriously messed me up. Like, to the point where I was journaling about it today because I was thinking, I know it's just a show, right?
Mm-hmm.
This Prime Minister, they kidnapped the princess. They're like, you either get the princess back and you have to screw a pig on live television or she dies. And then I'm like, my brain is spiraling. It's 1:30 in the morning. And I'm like, oh my God, what if he liked it? What if this is how he found out he was into bestiality? By the way, written show. You know what I mean? Like, this person doesn't exist.
Well, and I forgot.
I'm like having serious emotional distress for this character.
Yes, that's what makes it a good show.
Those first seasons,
like that.
those first seasons of Black Mirror are like 15 years old
They're
now or
old.
something. Yeah. There's a big hiatus in between seasons. Gwen started from the beginning because I just didn't tell you about Black Mirror because I didn't think it would be something you'd be into. But she watched that, and then we were both watching the second one, which was like before Daniel Kaluuya was like really well known. You know, he was in Black Mirror. He's the guy in Get Out and Black Panther. He was in this episode called 15 Million Merits.
That's a great episode.
Where you have you have to bike. It's all dystopian. Every episode is like dystopian, fill in the blanks.
But everything is also like super, super techie. Like the other one I watched was called Nosedive.
Yes.
No, that was a great one.
Where everybody rates every interaction and every person on a scale of
That's
1 to
the Bryce
10.
Dallas Howard one?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
The redhead actress?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm watching it and I'm like, this is real life. And then I started to get like real freaked out because I'm like, it was just a very uncomfortable night, but I could not stop watching these shows. And
That's why I was.
It's fun. It's good.
I was thinking about like, this is the future.
This is it.
Brian's been passed out on the couch for 4 hours. He watched half of one episode. Now I'm spiraling where I'm like, what if I'm into bestiality?
All right, what other ones did you watch? Well, that's a weird place to take it because I don't think the guy like ended the episode didn't end with the prime minister like walking.
Hey, this is great.
But what if I'm like, but what if that's how he found out about it?
Puffing up his chest and
then like this is a secret part of his life forever. And then there's like I also Googled it where it's like fear of becoming a serial killer and things like that. Apparently this is like what essentially intrusive thoughts are where you're like, oh, what if one day I grow up and I start killing people or I'm attracted to little kids or whatever.
That's why I'll be fine.
You'll be fine. But I watched that one. I watched
That's why I was kind of so underwhelmed by this new season because I think Charlie Brooker was like, I can't make real life any weirder, so I'm going to go back to the 70s. It's a very analog season of Black Mirror.
But they had some I mean that the astronaut one was wild.
There were a couple, yeah. But I mean,
AI one was great. I like the true crime one where they were doing the documentary.
Oh, the Loch Henry one?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Ireland. We watched that one.
Yeah,
and that one I was like, felt like, oh, this could be real.
But I didn't even feel like that was a Black Mirror type show.
No, it felt like just kind of like a short film almost.
Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of where...
Because it was 90 minutes long.
That's kind of where they went, I feel like this season, because some of the tech stuff is gotten so out of it. They're like, yeah, let's bring it to more what pop culture is doing to us.
You know which one I really
Because
liked?
like the true crime documentary, like where they wanted to make this film, and then they're like, oh, let's do this true crime story, and like that's a streaming service is going to pick that up immediately, especially when you get to the point where
should we give it away? I want to talk about the end of it.
Yeah.
But like, well, when they're doing the true crime documentary, and then there's the kid whose like life was ruined because of it, and then they're just like talking about casting the new series, and I'm like, this is real. People are like, oh, I'm a true crime junkie, and I'm like, I feel like that is so messed up to say. Like the books I read are fake. Okay, so the husband's murdering people and being locked in rooms and children drowning in bathtubs, it's all not real. This came out of an author's head. When people are like, oh, I'm obsessed with true crime, that creeps me out kind of.
Well,
I think part of it is that society has gotten it's always been unpredictable. But now it's unpredictable and everybody's mad and armed. And I think some people...
But being obsessed with people dying and how they die?
I think some people are obsessed in the sense that they're like, maybe this will help me identify things if I can collate enough of this information in my own head than in real life.
Like research?
Kind of, for lack of a better word.
I think there's degrees, though, because I don't like murder dramas. Like
you like rape, right?
But the thing is,
surviving R. Kelly is more his speed.
But I'm saying those people are alive. They're there to tell their tale, and there's like survivors. Yes, they overcame trauma, but there's a storyline in that, and I feel like they're all the better for it. But when you're discussing someone's death, I mean, the brutality of it, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, I can't get enough. Can you believe he dragged her and chopped her up? And I'm like, I don't like that.
But you watch R. Kelly, Surviving R. Kelly on
R. Kelly never killed anybody.
He tortured him, locked him in a basement.
They're still alive, though.
Oh my God,
they're still alive, though.
They are alive. He didn't kill them.
I guess.
He just killed their spirit. He killed their will to live.
No, he didn't. He didn't kill their spirit. All. That's why it's called Surviving R. Kelly. No one died. They survived.
Well, there's a difference between surviving and being alive. I mean, yes, they are physically alive, but nobody thinks they're a better person for having gone through that.
No, I don't. But you are a survivor. But
are you gonna stick with Black Mirror? There's some great high points because they're all kind of long, but I mean, there's
really
great episodes.
Messed me up last night. Like that pig one really screwed with me. Like I couldn't sleep because then I went on a spiral of like, how do people end up as cannibals? Is it from something like this? Like they're forced to eat human meat once and then they like it? Like what if I accidentally
like
eat
Always
human
Sunny
meat?
in Philadelphia?
I don't know. I've never seen that, but I was literally...
Oh, Charlie, I want to eat that guy so bad.
Please watch Striking Vipers.
No.
Oh, God. Don't watch Striking Vipers.
2 in the morning, I'm laying in bed debating waking up Brian and being like, do you think I'll be
Tell Brian to
cannibal one
watch
day.
Striking Vipers.
I don't know, man.
Watch White Christmas, because I have a man crush on John Hamm. Watch Playtest. Watch USS Callister.
Playtest is a good one.
The
Yeah,
one that
there's
I liked-
great episodes.
No, watch Striking Vipers. I think you would like that
Watch
one a lot.
Metalhead.
It's
It's
different.
messing me up, man.
It's
It's making me
different.
super uncomfortable. I'm having like really bad thoughts while I watch, and also reading all those murder books. Like this is not a good universe for me to be living in.
Did you
Yes,
watch?
but you keep yourself in that universe.
And I
you
need to
watch
stop.
these books in perpetuity. You know what you should watch is the movie. You should watch Bandersnatch, which was very divisive. This is a choose your own adventure Black Mirror movie.
I like the idea behind that one, but I thought the execution, and I know it's
agree.
super hard to execute something like that, but I thought it was it was interesting, but it could have been way cooler.
That might make her feel a little bit better about.
I liked the episode called Black Museum, where it
Yeah.
was like that crime museum.
Yep.
And because I like a good revenge story.
That was
I
a
like
great one.
Yes, that one I felt good about. Where I was like, hell yeah, you killed that man.
What's the one with the robot that's chasing
Metalhead?
Metalhead.
that
The robot dog?
Yeah, robot
I only
dog.
watched 5. I
Okay.
watched the first one with the pig. I watched the Black Museum one with the crime museum. I watched the
Just
Lock
watch.
one.
Just watch them all.
Watch
just,
'em all.
Yeah, just watch them all.
But tonight, watch Striking Vipers. And
Are these like the most messed up ones?
no, it's.
No.
I think it's just a very interesting one, and I want to see what you think
Did
of
I
that
already
one.
watch the most messed up one?
You kind of did.
No, you didn't.
Not the most messed up, but
Nope.
you watched some messed up ones. But I mean, I think the Prime Minister one's the most messed up one.
Oh, dude,
by
that
far.
one, that was the last one I watched before I went to bed.
Oh, wow, yeah,
That was
that's
the
a
one at
doozy.
1:30
Yeah.
in the morning where I'm laying there and I'm just thinking, my mind is spiraling. I'm like, this is how it happens.
And watch the first episode from this season called
Joan is Awful.
Joan is
We
Awful.
watched, that's the one we started with.
Okay.
And it was kind of slow. And then
No,
I'm like,
no.
okay.
The most messed.
Oh, that
the-
one gets great.
The
Oh,
most
that
No,
messed
I
up.
watched the whole thing.
Oh, you
The
did?
most
Oh.
messed up one is Crocodile,
Which one was that?
where she hits the cyclist.
Oh yeah.
And then tries to keep going back and
Yeah.
take care of more people who are getting in the way of.
Yeah. And then I like the one. What's the one where they like record their life and like go back and rewatch it? That's like
I haven't seen that
one of
one.
the most dystopian ones. Okay, so you
Like,
watched
I'll be right back.
Joan is Awful.
I watched Joan is Awful.
You didn't.
That one was a little too far-fetched for me, where they're like, oh, this is a simulation, and then the next one's a simulation, another level up. and
I thought
there's
that was the most
endless-
Black Mirror of this season.
For
was
sure.
Joan is Awful.
Well, that's the one that I felt the most bored by.
Huh.
Where I
thought
was
that one-
watching it,
I
and I was
thought
kind
that
of like, meh.
I thought that one is interesting because of how it takes people's likeness and makes them do things that they're getting upset about.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that
you
one's
know,
the most realistic, probably.
See, I
When
felt
people
like,
talk about AI is going to ruin
Yeah.
the movie business, because they're like, look, there will come a time when every person's face will be scanned, and you can go online and go, hey, make me a dinosaur movie with Samuel L. Jackson, and it'll just make it. Like, you'll cast your own movie.
there, you got a
they'll put
perfect
him
one.
in
It's
there.
called Jurassic Park.
Hold on to your butts.
yeah.
So anyway, there is your Black Mirror rundown for
Well, we're talking about what's the point of AI,
Right.
and I'm watching all these AI episodes last night, and it's just like, man, this is so messed up. It's just messed up.
I would
and I hope it doesn't
Metalhead
turn
and Striking
out like
Vipers.
that.
Those are your homework assignments.
just go through, just watch them in succession.
I don't know that I want to anymore.
I mean, the first series was
Now you have to.
2011.
So listen, I had to sit down and journal this morning. That's how messed up I was. I journaled
Oh,
for like an
come
hour
on.
Ew.
About Black Mirror.
about the
You could have been
intrusive
taking
thoughts
that.
it gave
You
me.
could have been taking that time watching more Black Mirrors.
What is? I've never understood journaling.
It's just to get it all out. When your head it feels like there's so much going on where you can't sort out what's actually you're feeling or what's happening in your head, I journal on the computer, and then being able to see the words helps me sort it out.
It's
Like-
when her therapist waves the white flag. She goes,
I have
You
therapy
just go write this
tomorrow.
down.
I
She-
have therapy
Leave
tomorrow.
Leave me
Ellen.
alone.
he hands her his pen and goes, you finish this.
So you get
I got to go have a gin and tonic.
Probably.
your brain gets so garbled, and
Yeah.
jumbled that you don't know what you think.
No, not that I don't know what I think. I start to spiral. And I don't know
Okay.
if this is an
This
anxiety thing.
And that's why I'm curious about
So,
this
okay,
because
so
like
you wanna hear? I'm gonna be so
definitely-
honest. Here's
I've
what it is.
definitely dealt with anxiety, but like it was more just I know I don't want to do this and I have to do this.
No, my thing was like, so I watched.
So it was more dread.
Not dread.
That's what I
so
had.
I watched that Prime Minister one where he has to have sex with a pig, and I'm like, there's people out there who have sex with animals and they like it, and that's what they do.
South Euclid.
And right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a very real thing that people do. So then I'm thinking about this character, and I'm like, what if this guy had to do this, and then now this is part of his life, and his poor wife has to deal with that, and he never knew that this was a part of him. And then I was like,
The
what if...
fictional character?
Yes, and this is
Were
again...
you
Listen, hold on.
pot?
No, I wasn't on anything. I don't need
Were you
pot.
taking the pot?
So then I'm laying there, and I'm like, what if something happens in my life that's going to make me attracted to animals? And then what? And then what if I
like
become...
Nala in The Lion King?
Maybe. What if I become...
Nala was the hottest animal.
As a part of this, like, whole... There's got to be a community
Nobody can
who do this kind of stuff.
You can't.
You know?
You can't control your own brain.
And that's what's crazy.
I understand that. All I'm saying is, to the degree to which maybe you want to try to, if not control it, contain it or lay it out, there are so many things that will actually happen to you. Why lay out
No
all
idea.
these possibilities?
This is where my brain goes.
Right.
Because then it travels from bestiality to
Mary
like...
away from my dog.
You and Poundcake
then it
are
travels
the
from
king and queen of hypotheticals
100%,
that
but
will
they're-
never ever happen.
It travels from bestiality to cannibalism. Because I'm like, that's probably more likely. I have a cat. I've never felt like I want to do anything to my cat. I don't think I'm attracted to animals. That's probably not real. I've never had meat from a human. And I'm like, man, that
Not
movie,
that you know of.
that movie Fresh, where I'm like, he
Yep.
didn't discover it until later in his life. Now he's selling off people's body parts and people are paying $30,000 for a meatball. And then it's like, is this how serial killers get started? Where they never knew this was a part of them? Like that same Black Mirror episode where the guy got addicted to pain, where he had to feel pain in order to feel sensation. And I'm like, this is crazy. And then I start Googling intrusive thoughts, and it's like, yo, you just got to let it go. You just got to say brains are weird and move on. So that's why I have to journal, to get all that out.
Is the plan to go back to these journals in a number of years and see what happened? Or is the point to get it on paper, make it real, and then burn them?
Well, I don't burn them, but here's what I do. I'll get it out. I feel better. I feel like I'm in a more clear headspace. And then the next time I go to journal, I'll usually read the entry prior, whatever.
When last we left Mary's brain.
Yeah, kind of. And
Like an old-timey serial movie.
I'm almost always laughing at myself, though, because I'll go back and read the previous entry and be like, none of that was a big deal. But that's what helps me. Get it out, realize it's not a big deal, and then 2 weeks later, I can analyze it more clearly.
Are any of these creatively useful?
Probably.
I used to do that, Mary, before I came out of the closet when I was like a young teenager, maybe like 15, 16. I would write it, and this is how old it was and how poor we were. I kept it on a floppy disk, and it was like a daily journal.
Yeah.
And I would
Microsoft Word document.
And I would just write all my feelings about boys I had crushes on, or like, celebrities I would, and I take it out of the little floppy disk, and it would save it, and that was my journal. It was my journal on there.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of journaled when I was in the Philippines, but it was just because there was nothing else to do.
Dear mom and
Like,
dad.
I mean, like when I was in trouble and stuff like that, I would just like write stuff. But then I would usually end up just writing like short stories and stuff like that instead. But like journaling is never anything, because I can just, I mean, I'm not trying to brag right now, Mary, but when I have ridiculous thoughts, I go, well, that's ridiculous. And then
Not
I
me.
move on.
Not Cody. We sit there and we think about every single thing that could possibly go wrong in our lives. Am I worried about not getting approved for a home loan that Brian and I are probably going to be applying for in the next year? No, that thought has never crossed my mind. You know what it is? Maybe one day someone I love is going to end up into bestiality. And
Having
have to
sex
deal
with a
that.
pig. There
Yeah.
you go. Well, at least you'll be prepared.
Or
You
that
can
you're
go
going to want to eat a human.
You can
Yeah,
go.
or I'm going to want to eat human flesh.
You can
one
go
day.
back through your journaling reference materials.
Just tell
at the
yourself you
time.
have an allergy to humans, then you don't have to worry
Like
about
shellfish?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's something that's going to go right. You hanging out with Poundcake tomorrow night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. It's a great time. He will make his one and only appearance hosting for you, and it is sold out, but I have 2 more seats, the last 2, for tomorrow night, and I'll hand those off to you on the way back. 35192 on a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is
havoc in her murder cult on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
His name is Alan and he's giving stuff away.
All right, we have been having a blast for a couple of months with the Cleveland Funny Bus. You go to funnybus.net. Local comedians are your tour guides. It is a ton of fun. Every Wednesday in May, every Wednesday in June, it's been Alan Cox Show night. One of us has been your host. And tomorrow night is the last one for the time being. With us, they still do it all year long. But Poundcake will be your host tomorrow night. And it is sold out for tomorrow night. So I'll get you the last 2 spots on the Cleveland Funny Bus with Poundcake tomorrow night. Caller 10. These are yours. Starts from Collision Bend in the Flats, BYOB. Ton of fun. Okay, good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You may not like what he has to say,
Let's hear what the idiot has to say.
but you're gonna love what he doesn't have to say.
Love.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Got another, I'm a little bit long here, so I got another $1,000 for you in just a couple of minutes. So listen for that next keyword because it is not far off. In about a half an hour, a little bit before 4 o'clock, I will have the Buzzard bike key for you. You get one of these 3 times a day. We're giving away a 2022 custom Harley Davidson. Going to be wrapped in the Buzzard. It's courtesy of Budweiser and WMMS. This is a sweet ride. One of these keys is going to fire this thing up. We're doing some key drops as well. So if you strike out with Rover in the morning or Stansbury in the midday or me in the afternoon, you can come out and MMS will be posted up next couple of Fridays. Like a little happy hour thing, I think. So this Friday at the Happy Moose in Menor, 5 to 7. But I will have the next last one today, a Buzzer bike key for you probably around 10 to 4. So not far off. Guardians are in Kansas City tonight to take on the Royals, who are not having a great season, but we'll see what happens. 8:10 is the start tonight. 7:40 is your pregame. Here on MMS, want to get the entire experience. That's when that will begin. They'll stay in Kansas City tomorrow and Thursday. They'll head up to Wrigley to play the Cubs for the weekend and then come back here to host the Atlanta Braves. That'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then the Kansas City Royals will come here. So lots of Guardians baseball to be played as the season continues, and they're still having a tough time. But listen, the whole division's garbage. So it really is. They're doing fine in the AL Central, right? I mean, if they were in any other situation, who knows what would happen? Mike from Parma checking in on the text. Alan, maybe Mary should journal with pictures and then put those in order to make sense of her thoughts. A rebus, if you will.
Rebus! I thought that was a puzzle.
That's what he said. So, yes, to make sense of your thoughts, right? Because when you're journaling, you are trying to unpuzzle your thoughts, right?
I don't have time to draw.
Oh.
I journal on my computer because I can type faster than I can write.
Gotcha.
I can draw significantly slower than I can type.
Okay.
How would you even draw that? Like a person,
however you wanted to.
A person behind a dog with a circle with a line through it. And then like me.
Yeah, don't draw. Don't draw.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
on second thought.
You go to the therapist. I don't want to have sex with a dog. That's how I drew that.
Do you see the circle with a line through it? Like the no smoking sign.
Do you understand what we mean, though? Did you dig into the rebus at all?
Yes, I got it.
Right. But you know what we're talking about?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Okay. Because when I mentioned it, you laughed at me.
Because it's a silly word. Because
I didn't make the word.
We were relating it to drinking Mickey's, which is like.
You said there was a puzzle underneath the Mickey's cap,
but
and I
Mickey's
said,
is like what's the word I'm looking for? Not liqueur. It's like a malt beverage.
Right.
This isn't. I just thought it was a funny little. Is disposition the right word?
No.
What's
is
the word
the implication
juxtaposition?
Juxtaposition. Is the implication that people who drink malt beverages wouldn't enjoy word and puzzle play?
That they wouldn't know the word rebus.
Oh.
That was the implication.
So if somebody were, look at it this way. If you find yourself in that situation and somebody goes, what do you call that? Guess who throws rebus at him?
Me.
Mary Santora.
Yes.
They see the letter H and the picture of an ear. What is that?
Here.
Here.
Yes.
The word secret written 3 times. But the top one is
secret.
top secret.
I'm good at these, by the way.
You are now.
I've been good. I just didn't know what they were called.
Oh, I see. All right, let me give you this money here as promised. A couple minutes away. We'll do it right now. It's $1,000. Back into it, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Every one of these keywords got a grand attached to it. I hope you win. Put location in your pocket for the holiday coming up.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Anytime you want to leave voicemails for us, you can. You can drop messages on the iHeartRadio app. You can continue to use our after hours line. That's what it's there for. Anytime you want to drop a message. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, Dex from Akron here. You guys were doing the Rick Astley songs, and Mary mentioned how much she hates all the 80s music and stuff. Well, I'm just going to disagree with Mary there. I think 80s is the best decade as far as popular music goes. It crushes the 90s in terms of just great songs and what have you. So yeah, 80s is up there as one of the best. So Mary and I like Mary, but we're gonna disagree on the 80s. I love the 80s. Oh, and now in the 80s, Alan, can you hit the post on "Oh Sheila" by Ready for the World?
Oh Sheila, oh Sheila. Remember Oh Sheila? Oh, Sheila.
I don't know if I know.
It's got a probably 100.7 WMMS Buzzard Radio. Brand new one here from Ready for the World. You're going to think it's Prince. Oh, he's already talking. Oh, Sheila.
What's good for the gander?
Yeah.
Oh, sailor.
What's good for the goose is always good for the gander. Oh, Sheila. Fake British accent, I think, there. No, I cannot hit the post on that. Dex, I'm sorry, pal. We've just proven that there. Well, again, anytime anyone is arguing about music, it's a fool's errand because it just goes back to what you enjoy. And when you grew up, quite frankly, Dex and I think, are around the same age. So I would say 100% pop music in the 80s was way better than the 90s, but that's because I was coming up in the 80s. Whereas people who were coming up in the 90s would go, no, it was way better in the 90s. I just remember how much pop music changed from the 80s to the 90s because I started my very first job in radio was in Top 40. And Top 40 radio, you think about what Top 40 radio is now. It's largely people
never been better.
Well, I mean, but for the people who are enjoying that music now, this is going to be the greatest generation of pop music. A lot of people who came off, TikTok and things like that, that's how people blow up now. But when I was working Top 40 radio in the early 90s, pop radio was still very much the domain of, like I was playing Elton John from The Lion King, and I'm playing Extreme More Than Words, and Bryan Adams, and Color Me Bad.
Do like me some Bryan Adams.
Sex you up.
Right. So that was early 90s pop. It was still more Mariah Carey was ushering in that next wave of pop stars. You kind of got some Prince in there, but it's like
he was on. Well, because
Michael
took that
Bolton
hard
was
stance.
still on pop radio.
Yeah, because he took that and became the artist formerly known as Prince. I think radio kind of turned their back on him a bit.
Well, the station I was working for sure didn't. We were playing Boys to Men and Whitney and,
But were they playing artists formerly known as Prince?
They were playing all Prince. I mean, Cream was the song I remember playing. I think that might have still been whatever his hit was at that time. Yeah. But that was New Power Generation. That was MPG. And I'm doing weekend overnights. So these are 6-hour shifts.
Ugh.
And in Top 40 radio, that means you're playing the same song, like whatever your A hit is, right, over the course of a 6-hour shift, you're playing it like 8 times because the rotations were so hard. So I'm playing some of these terrible songs over and over and over and over and over again.
And over and over and over again. again. It's like a Rick Astley song.
Playing Crisscross, Jump.
Did you ever play In the Meantime by Space Hog? Because I'll bet you that $2,000, Mary, that I can sing that. Like they have at the intro. You know what I'm talking about, Alan?
Yes.
Where they go. I can do that perfectly.
You sound perfect right there.
Well, that would have been.
If I nail it, $2,000.
I'm not giving you any of my money.
If I nail it,
Get out of my pocket.
If I nail it,
no.
This would have been
If I nail
mid-90s.
it.
I
Let me
was
hear it.
working rock radio by
say
then.
you, yeah.
Fine.
I'm gonna nail it.
Space Hog.
Okay.
What happened to
This is gonna blow your mind.
I can't wait. I got my Zelle ready.
Yeah.
This is long.
It's got a little bit of a ramp, yeah. Here it comes. Hang up!
You're right. You're right. That was perfect. I owe you $2,000.
All right, transaction's gone through.
Yeah.
She's a woman of her word.
Already in. Sent.
That's the first one. I can't do the second one. I don't got the training
They're
for
all
that.
the same. You
No.
can't do the second one.
I don't have the breath control for that.
The breath control. All right. The only thing that this guy got famous
I
for
tried
was.
doing that in the shower today, and that's what made
Oh, really?
I started like hyperventilating laughing because I did so poorly.
And you're supposed to kill it in the shower.
Yeah.
If you're gonna kill it anywhere.
Yeah.
I just remember this band was like they were
Like
heavily
my dog left the room.
they were like heavily pimping this band. They were like, oh, this is all that Britpop in the mid '90s. And I think the dude was just famous for this, and then he had a kid with Liv Tyler, and that was it. But the song is a good song.
It's
I mean,
a great
like,
song.
it's
Didn't they have
played.
another song?
Boy, not that I remember.
I
I
thought they
remember
had
we beat
one
the
other
piss.
song. This is a
We beat
great
the
song.
hell out of in the meantime.
I think they had one other song.
Space Hog.
Well, they had In the Meantime, and then their second biggest hit is In the Meantime, re-recorded. Oh, and they did a cover of Cruel to Be Kind.
Oh, I don't remember that at all. I just remember
And
the
then they have
station
a
I was
song called
working.
Space Hog.
The station I was working for, we just beat the hell out of In the Meantime. Because like Spade used it for one of his comedy specials,
Yeah.
his walkout music, and
I think they just used it in the new Guardians movie, too.
yeah, probably. I'm sure they're still getting residuals off that song.
It's a great song.
But to Dex's point of his call, because he's somebody who came up in the 80s, he's going to have a greater affinity for that pop music. But I just associate early 90s pop music with my early radio days and just being horrified at the songs that were getting played all the time.
See, I live in the.
Because I wanted to get into radio. I didn't care about top 40. That was the job I got offered. The lowest rung on the ladder was weekend overnights. And I eventually got fired because I fell asleep on the air. But at the time, it was just like, it would have been more fun because I had worked dance radio for a hot minute, so I liked the percussive end of those kinds of things. But pop music in the early 90s, at least on the radio, was a lot of like, it was a lot of that Cooley high harmony R&B, which is okay on its own, but Marky Mark and his testicles, whatever. Yeah, Poundcake thought the Funky Bunch was Marky Mark's nuts.
I was in Orange Theory last night, and the Good Vibrations came on, and I couldn't help myself being on that treadmill. I was like, got those good vibrations.
Like Bill hitting the front of
nailing it, man. We should start a band together.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a hot song. I know he wasn't singing it, but
Well, plus, just imagine, because just how tastes change in pop music or whatever's available to you. Obviously, radio's not the only game in town now, but in the early 90s, that's what it was. And so weekend overnights, the only calls you would get were either trolls, drunks, or
Sleepovers.
12-year-old girls at sleepovers that would call incessantly.
Because that was us.
But imagine-
Can you play that one that goes like,
and they'll sing it.
like I don't know what you're doing.
And if they gave me a little bit, I could do it. But I was
Yeah.
like, but it was the giggling and the hanging up over and over again or whatever. But just imagine 12-year-old girls now would never call a radio station and go, hey, could you play Elton John But that's what was available
I used
to
to
them back then.
I remember calling to request and dedicate "We Are the Champions" to the Indians when they won the American League to go to the World Series. And they answer the phone. And I go, "Hi, can you play?" And I'm like 12 years old.
Yeah.
And, late bloomer, sound like a little girl, basically. I'm like, "Could you play We Are the Champions by Queen and dedicate it to the Indians for winning the American League?" And he goes, "They're not champions yet." And he hung up.
Just murdered a little boy's dreams of, yeah. Your mom probably dug this, Poundcake. Remember Karen White? We played this a lot on pop radio in the early 90s. She married Terry Lewis, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. These guys were like big producers. She could sing her ass off. She had a bunch of hits. She's married to a producer. Great song, though.
I'm sure she probably was a fan, but I know the big ones of like Tina Marie,
Lover Girl?
whatever, la 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 la. Is that Tina Marie?
Oh, God. You're talking about, no, Minnie Riperton is what
Minnie
you're talking
Riperton.
about. Yeah.
She
That's
was-
Maya Rudolph's mom.
These are all things when we weren't cleaning the house and my mama had to get up and actually clean the house. This is the type of music that she would listen to. So I'm sure she knows who it is, but I don't
Man,
know.
you clean your ass off to this music.
Right?
I can't believe you didn't want to help your
It'd be
mom.
spotless.
That's right. Get some Al B. Sure on. Holy.
My mom was a big Boyz II Men fan, and then obviously Celine
Is she
Dion.
mad that you never went from a boy to a man? I couldn't construct that.
Man to man.
I couldn't do it. Boys, Roman numeral 2, men. All right, I got a break. You want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures will show up. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Fest.
August 4th at Victory Park.
Buzzard Fest.
Featuring
Incubus. Bush. Live.
broadcaster. He's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? As I mentioned, that next key drop for the Buzzard bike when MMS will be out live for a couple of hours on Friday, next couple of weeks. And have about a dozen or so chances for you to grab one of the keys that could fire up the Buzzard bike. So if you're not able to listen live when we're giving one away, maybe you can stop out on the way home Friday. It'll be set up at the Happy Moose, which is on Reynolds Road in Menor. I'm not sure. Stansbury did the one last week. Not sure who's going to be there this week. Could be Dieter, maybe Stansbury. Not sure. But that's where it's going to be happening on Friday, 5 to 7 at the Happy Moose in Menor. That's your neck of the woods. You know where that is. But we will have 3 chances every day for you to score a key here on the air for the next few weeks. I think mid-July is when we'll stop handing out keys, and then we'll give away the Buzzard bike shortly after that, courtesy of Budweiser and WMMS. Guardians are in Kansas City. They will play the Royals tonight at 8:10 here on MMS. 7:40 is when pregame will begin. You got another few days remaining. I only remember this because people hit me up about it. Otherwise, I would mention it more frequently. Over at CLE Clothing Company, I think it was something that they had dropped a new Buzzard shirt or something, as they will often do. You can still use the promo code SUMMER for 20% off. This Friday, of course, the last day of June. And then we'll have a new word for you in July. Now, I'm gone all next week, so I'm not going to know what that July... I'll tweet it out or something, or Instagram, whatever, if you want to get the jump on it for the 4th. Maybe I'll get it early. I'd love to get it early. Sometimes it doesn't always happen, but you can use summer for the remainder of this month through Friday, and that'll get you 20% off. Not just Buzzard stuff. Whatever you want from CLE Clothing Company, you can use summer, whether it's in store, online, whatever. Get you 20% off. Well, you could cut the anticipation with a knife, but they have officially announced that Ryan Seacrest will be the new host of Wheel of Fortune. I don't think there's any big surprise there. He was pretty much considered to be the favorite. And again, whatever you think of Ryan Seacrest, you have got to give it up for this guy.
One wheel.
Correct. You've got to give it up for this guy who has positioned himself in such a way that he has benefited from the passing, either dying or just the career, someone retiring. These old school guys, whether it's Dick Clark, whether it's Pat Sajak, whether it's Regis Philbin, Ryan Seacrest, because he takes the shape of whatever you pour him into.
Be like water.
You know. He has been named the new host of Wheel of Fortune. Now, I don't know if they'll keep Vanna White. I don't know anything about it, but I thought for sure, I was like, boy, I could see them giving this show a whole new vibe. And Vanna White saying, I want a lot more money to stay with the show. I could see them going, nah, we'll just put Sajak's daughter in there. But Ryan Seacrest did that Kelly and Regis thing for a bunch of years. But that was in New York. And he does a show for this company in Los Angeles. It's funny, we got an email internally. It said, one of our own gets a new gig. I'm like, that's sweet. I know you're flying the company flag, but Ryan Seacrest has not been one of us for a long time. Just because he does a show for this company, we're not even breathing the same air as Ryan Seacrest. So
I would like to congratulate my coworker Ryan Seacrest on the new gig. If you need someone that wants to break the barrier of being a letter turner, someone that's not attractive, someone that
or a female
isn't female, hit me up. I'll go push those buttons. I think I would be great at that job.
You really want to mix it up in a game show. Get a white guy turning those letters.
That's what I'm saying.
Get Bill Squire in there.
Get me in there. Come on.
Everybody else is zigging.
Ryan Seacrest, we've worked together for over 10 years. It's time I've been helping you out. What have you done for me, Seacrest?
How have you helped him out?
You know.
Man, I'm always doing stuff for Ryan Seacrest. I was like, make sure that he's on. Make sure that
he's on.
Yeah, he's
on air with
got
Ryan
all the
Seacrest.
haircuts he needs.
Yeah, man.
For radio.
I got, a lot of people crap on Ryan Seacrest. I got no criticisms for Ryan Seacrest. I don't consider him like a radio guy. That is where he got started. But I mean, had he kept it to radio, I don't think we'd know who he was. So television was really the springboard for Ryan Seacrest, and he's a good-looking dude.
I would have known you if you just did radio. I'd know who you are.
Bill would have known. I'm sure we'll send off a tape of this to Ryan, and he can listen to it, and maybe he'll consider that. So I don't know. I don't know what they have planned over there. It seems to me that there's obviously one of two ways they can go. They can say, hey, Pat Sajak hosted this show for 40 years, along with Vanna White.
And I'll do it for 30% more than what Vanna's getting paid because I want to make sure we keep that pay gap intact.
30% more
yes.
than Vanna White.
Yeah.
But one of the ways they could go is we want to give this thing a whole new, fresh coat of paint. Obviously, they're not going to change the show, and I guarantee Seacrest has said nothing to that effect. He's been like, hey, it's a legendary show. We shouldn't change anything. I'll just go in there. But is it going to be him and Vanna? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Anytime something like that changes, there's people who rail against it. There's people still bitching. I'm among them about Jeopardy. Every time Mayim Bialik walks, I go, God damn it, Mayim Bialik. Where's McKen Jennings? Do I have a vested interest in either of them? I do not. But something about that Mayim Bialik rubs me the wrong way. And I don't even know what it is. And that's unfair to her. I don't know what it is. But I'm a regular Jeopardy viewer. It's so weird. We were watching last night.
It's a show for old people, so that makes sense.
Yeah, maybe. I just like to learn things. And we were watching Jeopardy last night.
Me too. That's why I do those puzzles on the top of the caps of Mickey's.
Rhombus.
Rebus.
Oh, wow.
Rhombus. She doesn't know.
It was a
She's
joke.
playing. Yeah, I don't know about that.
No,
She's
right.
playing. She knows. I know. But we're watching Jeopardy, and the categories on that show now, they're either like colors or 16th century United Kingdom, political parties or whatever. So they really, it goes beyond running the gamut. I mean, they're the opposite. So anyway, so they had a category for scientists last night, and everybody, all the contestants go at it dead last because one of the other categories was like TV heroes or whatever. And you can kind of see who's going to go for what based on what their area of expertise might be. Last night they had a guy who was like a cheesemonger or something. The girl who has been winning is a librarian from Columbus.
Oh.
So you figure she's going to know a lot of stuff. But it's interesting. I was telling Gwen, I go, it's weird how some names from history embed themselves into your brain and others don't. And I'll give you an example. There was a question there in Scientists, right? Tycho Brahe, if you remember, those of you who remember your 16th century Danish astronomers, I know you all do. They were like Tycho Brahe's protege, right? After he died, Tycho Brahe's protege. And I'm sitting there, I'm going, I know who this is. I know who this is because in my brain, I know who it is. I know it's Johannes Kepler. I could not, however, conjure that name.
You're so stupid. Everybody knows it's Johannes
grow up.
Kepler. What an idiot.
That's what I'm saying. You guys know it, the Kepler telescope and the whole thing, right? And so I go.
Everybody calls him J-Kep.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know him that well. I mean, I didn't have a personal relationship.
Well, that's
with
why
him.
you got the question wrong. Or the answer wrong.
So I go, Galileo.
Ugh. I can't believe you're talking about being
Honestly,
this dumb on the radio.
Don't even bring this up.
This is embarrassing.
Why stop now? Not Galileo, obviously. It's Johannes Kepler. So, but it is weird how because if I say cotton gin, you say
Joe, Cottonhead Joe.
How high?
If I say inventor of the cotton gin, you say
Rutherford B. Hayes.
Thomas
Thomas Cotton Gin.
Bobby Sarsaparilla.
Poundcake? This is what I mean.
Madam C.J. Walker.
These are some names. Now, who is that?
Madam C.J. Walker was the first black female millionaire.
This is what I'm saying. Some names stick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Bobby
The
Sarsaparilla.
inventor of the cotton gin was, of course, Eli Whitney.
Oh, that was my next guess.
So I say this, and I'm talking to Gwen last night, and I go, it's amazing how some names will come right up. Like if you say George Washington Carver, you think...
Peanut butter!
Mm-hmm.
Well, you think peanuts. I mean, right. So some things stick and some don't.
He invented peanuts?
No. No.
Yes.
No. He was the guy, but people associate him with peanuts because that's what farmers started when he developed the planting methods or whatever.
I'm going to be 100% honest right now. This is the first time I've ever heard his name.
That's not
There's
true.
no way.
I'm not done. This is the first time I've ever heard his name in a month that's not February.
George Washington Carver.
Right.
But my point is, as we're watching this last night, and I said to Gwen, I mentioned Eli Whitney, and she's like, right. She goes, but I think a lot of people know that. I said, I guarantee you they don't. And she goes, I bet, I was setting you guys up a little bit. She goes,
we nailed it.
She goes, I bet if you said inventor of the cotton gin, 6 out of 10 people would get Eli Whitney.
No.
I said, I guarantee
No.
you that's not the case.
2 out of
Wildly
10.
high.
2 out of 10, maybe.
She was sure
Listen,
that I was underestimating. When I say Eli Whitney, and I go, I said, I will do this tomorrow and no one will get it.
If you would have said Eli Whitney, I think I would have said, oh, he invented the cotton gin. But when you said...
No, I wouldn't have. He sounds like an author.
Why didn't you say that?
Because you didn't say Eli Whitney. You said who invented the cotton gin.
But why would you go one way, not the other?
Because one...
You either know it or you don't.
When you said it, I go, oh, okay, I've heard that before, but it's not something that's locked into my brain. But I feel like
that's
if
what
you
I'm
would have
saying.
said... If
some
you would
things
have
are
said,
locked and some things aren't.
But it's how it would have been locked. So if you would have said Eli Whitney, I think I would have gone, oh, he invented the cotton gin because I know what Eli Whitney did. But when you pose it as who invented the cotton gin, trying to recall his name, that's harder to do for me.
Okay.
Now, I could be wrong. You could have said Eli Whitney. What did he do? And I would have said, oh, he wrote Huck Finn.
Yeah, I think he sounds like an author to me. He wrote Walden.
That's why they had that bookstore back in the 90s.
Walden's.
Mm-hmm.
Alan, you don't like Maya Bialik because she's smarter than us. No, listen, most people are smarter than me. I love people smarter than me. That's how I learn things. I can't learn anything from people dumber than me. I mean telegenically. No, she's brilliant. She's got like a doctorate in microbiology, something crazy, right? Maya Bialik, I mean, for what Jeopardy is a great pick to host that show. I just don't know what the rotation is. Because Ken Jennings... I don't know how they arrived at Maya Bialik. I don't know. There's just something about her that rubs me the wrong way. What the F is the cotton gin, somebody said.
See?
I mean, you can...
2 out of 10. 2 out of 10.
2 out of 10.
You can Google it and it'll come up. And it was a big deal. The cotton gin was essentially during the Industrial Revolution, this guy had created a machine when cotton was all that was being farmed then, primarily. The cotton gin is what pulled the fibers from the seeds. So it was a machine that would do what people had been doing. So this was a major. And then George Washington Carver was the guy who was like, post-slavery and Reconstruction, he's like, I want sharecroppers to be able to grow things other than cotton because cotton takes so much out of the soil that he was like, I want people to be able to grow other things. So that's why people think of peanuts when they hear George Washington Carver, because he was like, people can grow peanuts and sweet potatoes and blah, blah, blah. They can grow their own food. It was a way for freed slaves to improve their quality of life because they got a tract of land there or whatever. So, but it's interesting how some names through the course of your life and schooling will stick and others won't.
See, I can't even come up with like a name like that, like something that I remember. Like,
I bet you could.
I can't. I'm like
not
trying to
one.
Think. I'm trying to think of an example of a weird name that most people probably don't know. And I
okay,
can't.
well, let's work backwards. What was your favorite subject in high school?
Math.
Okay, then you could probably name, who's Rene Descartes?
She did.
It's a guy.
She did the cartography.
But you probably, so you weren't in to mathematicians or?
Oh, I took a class in college that I hated called History of Math, and it was an English. It was an English course, but you were learning about mathematicians. I know what Descartes did. I think he invented. He was a mathematician who invented the. What's the thing that helps you draw a perfect circle?
Rubik's Cube.
A compass?
No, it's not called
a
compass.
spirograph?
Not a spirograph. What's it called? It's like a half circle.
A perfect circle. Maynard J. Keenan.
That's got the angles on it.
A protractor.
Protractor. That's what Descartes did.
I know what that is.
Oh, no, that's not, no. Oh. I mean, he was primarily we studied him in philosophy, but I mean, he was also a famous mathematician. He figured out how geometry and algebra were connected,
same thing.
right?
That's what I'm saying.
Protractor. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. You took history of math and nothing stuck?
In college?
Yes.
Yeah, nothing stuck.
But you liked it.
I loved it.
You took it. It was an elective.
No, I was a math major after I switched from pharmacy.
Right, but you liked it enough, but nothing stuck.
Right. I enjoyed math. This was a history class where I had to write essays.
Right, but this is
math.
where the people came up in the history, like Pythagoras and right.
He wrote the theorem. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. That's that guy.
Right, so that sticks.
Yeah.
So
I know
you do.
A couple.
That's what I'm saying. So if somebody says Apollonius of Perga.
Oh, yeah, that's when you put those. They're kind of like gazebos in your backyard.
Not pergola. Gazebo.
Not a pergola.
Now I'm paying attention.
Oh, man.
That's when I should learn who invented the gazebo.
Yeah.
No,
Jim Gazebo.
Pergolysis did pergolas.
But so like Carl Gauss, Isaac Newton. You know Isaac Newton? Among other things, yes.
Apple fell on his head. Also,
but didn't you have to take calculus?
Yeah, I was.
That's Isaac Newton.
Calculus was my focus.
That's Isaac Newton.
He invented apples.
He ate apples, and he. Yeah.
I ate an apple.
You
I ate a core.
I gave Alan my apple core, and he ate the whole
right before
thing.
last, she comes around like a smart ass.
And
Want to eat the core? She's got it dangling over the trash. Want to eat the core? I said, yes, I do. Give me that goddamn core.
And every other time we've offered him so many amazing foods over the year.
Cookies, brownies, chips. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Gee, what's the difference? One of these things is not like the other.
Apple core, and he's like, oh, yummy. Nom, 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 nom,
it's good roughage. I just want to grow a little. I just want to grow a little plant. Alan, being friends with you is like eating an apple core all the time. Well, all the nutrients are right in the middle.
Oh God, it's hard to find them.
Well, you got to look harder. That's the thing. Anyway, it was something random that I found interesting last night. Is some names will stick. But I was proven right that Eli Whitney was a non-starter, and Gwen didn't believe me. She overestimated
She's giving people too much credit.
Well, and that's usually my department. I'm usually giving people way too much credit. Contrary to popular belief, everybody's usually telling me I'm a dummy because I think people know something and they don't. But I said last night, I was like, there's no way I'm going to throw Eli Whitney out and people are going to get that. Okay, listen, I've got to take a break. I will have those Danzig tickets for you. He and I share a birthday. He just turned 68 years old on Friday. But he's coming back to do the Masonic. So if you're a Danzig fan, he's back on the road and coming to Cleveland. So that's coming up.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Hey, yo. Let's do it again. iHeartRadio's Living Black here.
this way.
Listen to Queen Havoc and her murder cult on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
I want to go see Danzig. He is freshly 68. He and I share a birthday. Who knew? Glenn Danzig and company are coming back to Cleveland. They're going to play the Masonic Temple on Wednesday night, September the 13th. Tickets, info, everything else, you go to MasonicCleveland.com for the details. I'm not sure how long it's been since Danzig's been to Cleveland, but he's been putting himself out there a little bit more frequently over the past couple of years. And you can be there when he comes through, okay? Caller 10, 2 for Danzig. Good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Timeless thing, calm and simplicity, whisper soft.
I like one of the questions that first pops up if you Google Glenn Danzig is, has Danzig ever had a girlfriend? That's unfortunate. I got hot celebrity goss from Perez Bilton in a few minutes. Speaking of never having a girlfriend, did you see the guy on TikTok who was complaining that he got ghosted after a date where he told the girl that he had never had a girlfriend?
Mm-mm.
So this dude, Asian guy on TikTok, said that he went on a date with a girl, and she was, eventually, this was a first date, and eventually you'll get to the, so hey, tell me a little bit about yourself. You're trying to feel somebody out for, I assume, red flags over past relationships. And he was candid with her, and that did not go well. And he's not quite sure what to do after that.
So I went on a first date with this girl. We were getting along, and then she asked me, hey, what's your past relationship experience like? I was being very honest, and I told her, I've never had a girlfriend before in my life. And then she laughs a little, and then when we get home, I message her, hey, I had a good time. I'd love to see you again. And she never responds. And then I take a quick look at her Hinge profile, and I see that she's updated one of her prompts. My most irrational fear is being someone's first girlfriend. What are people like me supposed to do? Were there relationship internships I was supposed to apply for or something?
Why would you ever, on a first date?
He's being honest.
What's the point of that?
Of being honest?
No one's being honest on a first date.
Well,
no one's being honest in their dating profile, which is how he met her in the first place.
You can lie about little things or exaggerate the truth, but if you start on the first date lying, she's gonna find out later on down the road you lied.
She's never gonna find. Okay.
You gonna make up a girlfriend?
But she's never gonna find out that you didn't have a girlfriend before her.
Yeah, they probably would. You yell at me for not knowing the name of Brian's high school.
You
saying
are
that I don't know
living
enough.
with him.
So if it got to the point where they're living together and he's like, by the way, you're actually my first real relationship, she's going to be way more pissed.
You would never tell her that.
What if she asks?
You lie.
A year in. Oh, you just keep lying forever in perpetuity.
About that.
That's what I'm saying. Your suggestion is lie forever.
Okay, how many times is she going to ask him? On the first date, she asks him, you go, she goes, what's your relationship history like? And he's like, it's had its ups and downs like anybody else.
And then she says, what's your longest relationship?
2 years.
Okay. Why did it end?
We just went our separate ways.
She died.
Oh, good.
Yeah, died. The Costanza movie.
There you go.
Yeah.
Make up a whole death.
No. But this is what I'm saying. On a first date, why would you go? Because I'm not saying for his purpose. You're putting her in a real weird spot. Oh, you're the first girlfriend. I mean, she's not even his girlfriend yet. And she ain't gonna be. I'm just saying everybody shaves the corners off of their stories when they're going on dates. I just don't know why. I get it. People are like trying to be candid all the time. That to me, and if he has no experience, I guess it's not his fault. But man, it seems common sense would tell you, don't tell the girl. Because I gave you the kind of the meat of the bit there. But his whole TikTok was like, Jobs have internships where you learn things, and are there relationship internships where you can learn things? How can I get another girlfriend if this girl's blowing me off and I've never had one, and how do I do this? And so I understand his confusion. I'm just saying, in that moment, that's what you're candid about? There's a billion things people lie about on a first date. This one, he goes, I've never had a girlfriend. What girl is going to listen to that and go, I want to be your first? That's great. Guy already talks like his jaw's wired shut. I just seems like that's a weird thing to say, I've never had a girlfriend before.
But you are a person that had girlfriends at regular intervals in your life, so there's a reason this guy's never had a girlfriend. He's a weird dude.
Understood.
But
I'm just saying, I guarantee
if you're this guy, you have to be honest with people, because you're going to find someone that's like, okay, I'll take on this. He's going to be a guy that gets a girlfriend and then it's going to be one and done, because that girl's going to be...
He's going to marry the first girl, lets him put it in.
Well, he's going to kill her and then wear her skin.
He's going to make her into a lampshade.
Right.
Wear her skin.
But I'm curious what else he had going on. Like,
nothing.
No. I mean, what does he do for a living? Does he have a good gig?
He probably got a great job.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Clearly, this girl was like, all that other stuff pales in comparison to I don't want to be. Because you're like, back in the day, and I know this is a guy thing, and it was never my thing, but guys loved being a girl's first. Loved virgins. Now, I know sex is different than dating, and it was never my thing. I had a couple of girls I was their first, and those poor, poor girls. But I knew guys that, like, sought that out, loved that. Ugh. I thought that was kind of pathological. It's kind of weird. But if you're on a first date with somebody, and she just goes, what has your dating relationship been like? It's not like she's going to hammer that. And if she did, I mean, I don't know.
And also,
if you
she may have ghosted him for being weird.
Well, like that's absolutely true.
It might not be the fact that she put that prompt up on her.
Yeah, that's a little petty.
Which is pretty funny. But it's also one of those things where, like, he might have just been so strange during that date that she's just like, yeah, I can't do it with this guy.
Right.
Also, I just think that's too big of a deal to lie about.
You might be right.
I agree.
I'm just saying.
I don't think lying's a good idea.
Because it's going to come out eventually.
But how?
Don't be lying.
Because she's going to ask.
When you meet the parents and they go, you're his first girlfriend. She
We
goes,
always
what?
hoped he would find someone.
Right.
And his dad's like, I thought he was gay or something. You know what I mean?
I thought he was going to build a girlfriend.
Right, yeah.
Oh, we're just lucky you're not. This isn't like Lars and the Real Girl.
His last girlfriend got shipped to the house.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I know this is definitely different, but I don't want to be a guy's first. Gay people.
Boyfriend, you mean? Or sex?
Sexually.
What if he's straight?
He loves that.
That's different, though. That's different. That's different. That's different. He's not choosing the lifestyle.
You love being a straight guy's first.
That's not the same thing, though. It's not. Because it's not.
You're such a jerk.
I'm not a jerk. That's not the same thing.
He's being honest.
A gay man actively seeking out, it's a lot more intimate. There's kissing involved. Like the actual sex is different. But with the straight man, he's not looking to have a relationship. He's not looking for anything other than to get off. So it's not based in intimacy.
It's just straight lust.
It's based in pleasure. Yeah, it's not. That I don't really care about, because it's, he's looking to get his, I'm looking to get mine. It's fine. But to be a guy's first, like, you took my virginity. A straight guy, even if I was his first, he would never tell me. He would. He'd be like, I'm never doing this again. Like, this is a one-time thing. I just had to get it out of my system. Or you better not tell anybody.
And not to get too far afield here, or gross. Mm-hmm. But straight guys, they don't bottom, do they? They only want to top.
That's not always.
Oh, really?
There's some guys that are straight guys that are into pegging.
But couldn't your wife or girlfriend do that?
It's not warm. I'm not even exaggerating.
When I got a big load, I go put it in there.
Why did that surprise everybody?
It wasn't the surprise. It was the matter of factly and so fast. of it's not
believe me, I
warm.
know, I asked the same question.
Like
But you
like
can-
you just had this conversation in the hall, and then be like, oh yeah, it's not warm. That's what they're like.
That's like water cooler talk. Yeah, no, it's not warm.
But you
It's not
can
the same.
warm it up, just like Criss Cross said. You can warm
That's
it.
what that song was about.
Warm it up, Chris. I'm about to warm it up, Chris. That's what I was born to do. Pegging some dudes. You can warm it up, though.
I don't know what mental gymnastics straight guys have to do to mess around with a guy where they.
I mean,
can't-
if you don't know, we're not gonna know.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know because they could very easily have their girlfriend put a strap on or whatever they want, and I think they're probably afraid of the repercussions of that because
Or how she would react.
that's what I'm saying. Because like once a girl, like if he doesn't marry this girl, as soon as they break up, they're gonna be like, you know what he likes. He had me, put that strap on, or he likes this.
but everybody's got to contend with that because everybody probably likes something that they don't want somebody else to find out about.
They assume that a straight guy, he's getting his, he gets to be with he looks at a gay guy and like, he's, gets to have sex.
It's
with
the
a
old
straight
Tom
guy.
Papa bit about like there's somebody out there that knows that you like to get spanked with G.I. Joes when you break up with somebody.
They assume that we know what it is, and they're like, "Yeah, it's just between us boys." I'm like, won't say a soul.
Won't say one soul.
He won't say a soul. There
tell
you
a
go.
soul.
I won't say a
Who
soul.
sang that song? Will say my soul.
Jewel?
Jewel, yeah.
I didn't know that was about gay sex.
I won't say a soul. Let me give you this money here, and then we'll get to some hot celebrity. You're going to warm up that hot gas.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
Yeah, this gas is
That ain't coming in ice cold.
Yeah.
It's $1,000 right now, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You get one of these every hour, so listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-in. Ooh.
Hey, what's up, Goss Guzzlers? Here's some warmed up goss for you.
Preheated.
Yeah.
Preheated goss.
Preheated goss.
Yeah.
Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are in danger of losing their Netflix deal. Rumors are that the content they produce has underperformed, and they need a hit to get the rest of their $100 million deal paid out. According to inside sources, the obvious choice for them to get a hit on Netflix would be for Harry and Meghan, who value their privacy, to film a reality show about how much they value their privacy.
That'd be great. I'd watch that.
Everyone would watch that.
I would invade their privacy.
Mm-hmm. Cardi B and Offset's marriage appears to be on the rocks, as Offset recently accused Cardi B of cheating on him. Cardi B denied the claim, saying she's too famous to cheat. Too famous to cheat? Come on. You might be too famous to get away with cheating, but you're never too famous to cheat. Right?
Sign that. I definitely co-sign
Yeah,
that.
right. And according to inside sources, Cardi B is invited to come hang out at Squifle Tower on Sunday at the pool. Nothing would hurt Offset more than finding out that you hooked up with a chubby comedian from Cleveland. That's how you get revenge, Cardi B. That's how you get revenge. Not some
Don't get
hot
mad,
dude.
get even.
Yeah, that's some hot rich dude isn't gonna get his fire going. But if you hook up with me, he's gonna be so upset. He's gonna go from offset to upset. And finally, Lindsay Lohan announced back in March that she's pregnant, and this past week revealed she's expecting a baby boy with her husband. And according to inside sources, Lindsay's excited to welcome her first child, saying she hopes to be the reverse of Tom Hanks. Bad actor, but good parent.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-in. Ooh.
Who is Lindsay Lohan's husband?
Some Dubai guy.
Ah. Is that his Instagram handle?
Yeah.
Yeah, at Dubai guy.
Let me see what his name is. Lindsay Lohan husband.
Cardi B posted her denial.
Bader Shamas.
Gesundheit. What is it? Bader Shamas?
Yeah. B-A-D-E-R.
Did they meet in Mykonos, where she was filming her reality show?
I don't know.
Cardi B posted her denial video to Twitter, which means she really didn't want anybody to see it. But she's adamant, of course, that she.
All I'm going to say is this.
First of all, let me say, you can accuse me of all the things you know that you are guilty of. Sing it with me, y'all. And I
Well, this is how you know that they really put a lot of production on her in her recording.
Right.
Well, she's
in
also rapping. Not
a
really
cappella.
singing.
see that it is easy for you to blame everything on me.
Okay, sorry, I got this song.
Yes, honey.
This is a song?
Yes, it's called I Should Have Cheated.
Is this hers?
By Keisha Cole. I was just it's so
Oh.
funny.
Is that Boobie Gibson's ex?
Yes, it is.
Oh, did he step out on her?
Yes, he did.
Oh, Daniel. Keisha's cute.
She's got her Lifetime original movie coming out.
What's it called? Me and Boobie?
Keisha Cole, My Story. Me and Boobie.
Me and Boobie.
Listen, don't pay attention to the country, man. Come on now. I'm Cardi B. I'm not just anybody. So please, boy, stop acting stupid. Don't play with me. Stop playing.
Don't play with me.
Imagine if you were talking to your spouse through social media.
Right? I don't think they're going to last.
You know who I am. I'm Belcalis Marlenus Almanzar Cephas. Offset. Is that her married last name? Well, there you go. Congratulations.
The invitation stands, Cardi. I would love for you to come over. You can come swim in. We'll see if we hit things off. I'd love it if you don't talk.
Still.
What? She's very annoying.
She's also
Voice.
Cardi B.
Yeah.
Still,
You think
yeah.
you're gonna?
But those
be
nails,
anyone?
you want to deal with those nails, Bill?
Except
Listen,
everybody has those
Yeah,
nails.
No
now,
one
so-
has Cardi B nails.
Yes,
I'll
they
deal with
do.
those nails to get to the boobs and butt.
Right. Your girl Tommy's got those nails?
Yeah, but I don't have to deal with them.
No, I understand. I'm just saying a lot of girls have those nails.
Girls got nails. It's all right.
I always think Cardi B is, because I still confuse her with Nicki Minaj.
Ooh.
Well, I whatever. I mean,
I won't tell her you said that when she comes over.
I'll
on
say
Sunday.
Thank you, Bill. I
The
appreciate
barbers will
that.
get
I don't
you.
want to
She'll be
embarrass
very upset.
myself
Sweet of
when
you.
Belcalis Marlenus Almanzar Cephas shows up at Squifle Tower. No, I always think that Cardi B's older. She's going to be 31 this fall.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Nicki Minaj is 40. I always think they're closer in age. Cardi B, though.
Nicki Minaj, you can also come over if you'd like, even though I think you're still married to that sex offender.
She is.
Yeah.
And the neighbors are none too pleased about it either. They want her out, by the way. Did you read about that, Cody?
Yes, I did.
The neighbors
They're mad.
want nothing to do with Nicki Minaj and her husband. They're like, hey, your husband, who is a registered sex offender, we'd kind of like to get, like all of her neighbors have a petition against her and her husband.
Because I'm sure she lives in a gated community, and because he's a sex offender, he has to register. So Nicki Minaj's address is out.
Well,
for
here's
the world to
here's
see.
the problem, though, is that she had to say, I'm fine with my neighbors. These were Cardi B fans that were trolling us. So there's a petition, because they live in Hidden Hills, California, which is a very Tony community. And the petition, say no to sex offenders in Hidden Hills. But it wasn't really her neighbors, because stupid rich people in California, there's probably a bunch of sex
all
offenders.
Of her neighbors are rich. And
Right, that's what I'm saying. And there's probably a bunch of sex offenders among them. But it was Cardi B fans trolling Nicki Minaj, because they just bought like a $20 million house in Hidden Hills.
I feel like everyone has a house in Hidden Hills. Madonna just sold her house. Miley has a house in there. All the Kardashians live in Hidden Hills.
But imagine if your fan base, Taylor Swift, they got the Swifties, and Beyonce's got the Beehive.
Mm-hmm.
But the Cardi B fans are called Nicki Antis.
Oh.
So imagine
It's
if
all tied into that then. Yeah.
But imagine if your fan base was like just against someone else who, like, who cares? So like, do your own thing.
That goes to show that Cardi B really doesn't have any fans, because the Barbs will come for you.
Well, she clearly has fans.
Yeah, she's got a lot of fans.
But her fan base is rooted in anti-Nicki Minaj. So she's not, like, her whole career is a farce. She's supposed to be the anti-Nicki Minaj.
She got
And she can't.
She got money. If that's a farce, then that's a farce. But,
How do you, Alan? How do you
who
feel
cares?
about?
I have a nickname for the fans of the Bill Squire show.
Yeah.
Piggy Boys.
Piggy Boys.
Girl or boy, you're a Piggy Boy.
Alan.
Yes, Poundcake.
Do you know who Ice Spice is?
I do.
How do you feel about her?
How do I feel about Ice Spice?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Like, how do you feel about her musically, or just who she is as an artist?
I'm all for everybody expressing themselves artistically.
Okay. Because
I'm not too. I know who she is. I'm not super wired into like TikTok people, which is what she is. That's how she blew up.
Yeah, she's doing a.
But again, it's a machine that cranks out
rappers.
Right. So if it's going to be Nicki Minaj, it's going to be Cardi B, then Cupcake.
But the thing is, that's
then Ice Spice, and
But the difference is, Nicki Minaj has been steady during all of those transitions. She's been in the game for over 10 years now.
But that's just because she's older than everybody else.
But think about, you think Ice Spice in 10 years will have a career? Cardi B probably in 10 years won't have a career.
I don't know. 10 years in that game is a long career.
I know, but like Lil' Kim is hanging on for dear life.
Well,
like Nicki Minaj is like the only one. They all do songs with Nicki Minaj because when you need a female rapper and you can't afford Nicki Minaj, you get like a Cardi B, you get a Ice Spice, you get a Lotto, or what was the one that was promoting the McDonald's meal, the
Sweet
Cupcake.
Baby or
Saweetie.
whatever.
Oh, Saweetie.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't even really know.
That's fine. Listen, it's fine. There's room for everyone.
No, there
What I'm saying is, I don't even care about the music. I think Nicki Minaj is super foxy. That's all I care about. Foxier than Cardi B.
I think so too.
And apparently Offset thinks so too. But Piggy Boys Unite. I got to take a break. And you can send your messages to Bill if you want to text in here, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
At Lowe's, they're always bringing pros more ways to save. Right now, save $100 on the Flex 24-volt brushless impact driver kit for just $99. That's a 50% savings. Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 7/20 while supplies last.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I do say yes. I do say yes. I've said yes to doing track. I've said yes to being in the play. And I've said yes to several things. I do say yes.
I hope Jenna's okay. I haven't heard from her in quite some time.
No messages?
No, and so it's kind of been radio silence for the past couple of weeks. But for the couple of weeks prior to that, it was just the yelling voicemails.
Mm-hmm.
She just calls and does that repeatedly. So I'd get about a dozen of those a day. But for the last couple of weeks, I haven't gotten any messages from her. So either whoever lives with her or takes care of her has put the kibosh on her calling the show. Or I don't know. Who knows? But
Whoa.
I think my water displacement 40 is still in here, Bill. If you'd like the fumes of this.
Why was it so loud that time?
Huh?
Wasn't that?
I sprayed these things within an inch of their lives, and it's like they dry up. It's like they've.
There we go. Now it's real wiggly.
Being
oh, yeah.
rebuffed.
Ew, don't say it like that.
Oh, yeah. Is that better?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Remember when I used to do that all the time? You guys loved that.
Yeah, we really loved
Nobody
that.
liked it.
What was that for?
The goat picks.
Oh, yeah, the goat picks.
Oh, yeah, when Terry the goat, I'd go, hey, the Chargers over the Bears. And he'd go, football season can't stay away far enough. So, yeah, I haven't heard from Jenna. But you can call anytime you like. Doesn't have to be her. There's plenty for everybody. After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Al. This is Stewart Boy. Just wanted to let you know that sometimes I pick up words from the show that I don't want to. And you've been saying hinky a lot. People give me queer eye when I say that word. Just wanted to let you know that. I love you, baby. Bye.
People give me queer eye when I say that. I like hinky. Maybe I didn't realize I was saying it as much as I was. You know, because slang is so difficult to keep up with, and I just turned 52 years old, and so you sound ridiculous if you're trying to use current slang. So going the other way, old-timey words always make me laugh.
Nah, fam, it's all Gucci.
See, Bill can do it because he's a young man. He's young and
Just
hip and with it.
41-year-old man that's bet.
That's Black Entertainment Television, Bill, please. So, yeah, I like hinky. I like claptrap. Hokum and flim flam.
Yeah, you use
People
claptrap
have,
a lot.
Yep. Oh, pardon me.
Bro,
I'm sorry.
get it together.
I'm just over here throwing out my flapdoodle, Mary. I don't know what you're so
That's pretty
concerned
hinky.
about. It is hinky. Just because you don't care from a fiddle faddle doesn't mean that.
No one cares for your fiddle faddle.
Oh, yeah? Not even my monkey shines?
Nope.
I think that's horse feathers. I think it's poppycock.
And flim flam?
Yes, I already said that, Poundcake. Hokum and flim flam. He's over there throwing his cod swallop at me. It's one for British Alan. You're welcome. Blatherskite. That's what we're going to call Poundcake from now on.
What does that mean?
Lather and
Person who
blatherskite?
blathers a lot.
What's that from? Lather and blatherskite from?
What's it from?
Yeah.
The 1700s? I don't
No,
know.
it's like a cartoon with.
Oh, yeah?
all the time.
All right.
I think it might be another DuckTales reference.
Was it Johannes Kepler? That's about the same time there.
J.
Galileo
Kep,
and, yeah, J. Kep. All right. Speaking of hinky, boy, how would you like to be the legal team on this? Federal Express is being named in one of the largest odometer fraud schemes in U.S. history. What an exciting, just imagine you are a lawyer at a prestigious law firm and maybe you're fresh out of, I don't know, Yale Law, Morehouse. And they go, Jenkins, you're on the FedEx odometer fraud case. Like, oh my God, this is my time to shine. FedEx sold 1,000 of their old trucks, and they're being accused of rolling back the odometers before they did. Wow. This is the United States versus Bueller. Didn't we learn anything from Ferris Bueller?
You just have to crack open the odometer, roll it back by hand.
Yeah, they tried that with Cameron's dad's car, and you know how that worked. Just crack open the odometer and do it by hand. But even though I laugh, odometer fraud is a big, big business in the United States.
They should have made a sequel to Ferris Bueller about the trial of Cameron's dad murdering Cameron for what he did to that car.
I'm surprised, and I'm sure that they approached all of them about a Ferris Bueller sequel, and they were like, no. I have to assume that's how that went.
I mean, none of them even need to be in it, really. I mean, maybe Ferris to
They did a TV show of it, but also that was before, if
his dad definitely killed him.
Mid-'80s definitely was before, kind of before the time where if you had a massive hit, you were automatically going to do a sequel. To Ferris, to Bueller.
And especially with John Hughes. John Hughes, did he do any sequels besides Home Alone?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
There was no Uncle Buck 2 or anything like that.
Uncle Buck here.
Yeah.
Fucking business.
Two Uncle Two Buck.
Did you say Buck in business?
Like back in business?
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Like that?
Buck in
Actually,
business.
it's very good.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Buck in business.
Bug in business. Little spin off.
Because Bug was, that was very confusing when I was a child.
Bug
and Buck.
Yeah. So anyway, it is kind of funny, but it's not funny to people who do this. So Federal Express is being accused of this, being accused of rolling back odometers of old delivery trucks.
The dad
Now,
did
I don't
this
know-
in Matilda.
Huh?
The dad did this in Matilda.
Right, Danny DeVito.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was an unscrupulous car salesman.
Skis ball is the word you're looking for.
They ordinarily get rid of their delivery trucks when they hit their operational limit, which they say is 350,000 miles. If you are a FedEx driver, I don't know if anything like this will affect you unless they lose a really big case and need to make up that money, in which case I'm sure you'll be getting all kinds of information about how they're scaling back some kind of pay scales so that they can maintain that whatever business speak companies do when they lose huge lawsuits. But the plaintiffs in the scheme say that the old trucks, the scam started 10 years ago when FedEx stopped getting rid of the trucks and would send them to auto auctions, in which case they would just roll back the odometer. So odometer fraud is it's big business because you can't, and you have to wonder, it's considered by people who are smart about their money, it's considered really bad business to buy a new car. We've talked about this because they say car depreciates the minute you drive it off the lot.
If you are going to buy a car, where are you going to go?
Where am I going to go?
Yeah.
I would go to...
you still have that one going?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's all.
I thought you were setting yourself up.
No, I'll
sorry.
tell you where to take it to get fixed up. Terry's North Coast Auto.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you want to buy
Classic
one,
VW.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Menor. Yeah. Go see my buddy Mike Urban.
See Mike Urban. Hey, Mike Urban. I heard you and Alan are friends.
We are. I call him Mike Urban.
I get it.
Anywho. So yeah, one of the guys who is on one of the plaintiffs or whatever is a guy who sells trucks in Nevada, and he said he was engaged in or part of this fraud, I guess. And somebody called him and said, "What are you trying to pull?" And I said, "What's wrong?" And he said, "I took this in to get serviced, and the vehicle hooked up to the computer," because that's what they do. They'll tell you how many miles are on it. It has over 400,000 miles, but the odometer says 180.
Dude. So not a little bit.
They weren't counting on computers to exist in 2023.
Computers.
Computers.
Oh, no. Computer. Oh, you guys, we thought rolling these back by hand would work. We thought this was an unimpeachable scam. What are you doing over there? I'm hooking up your truck to the... Don't do that. Why? No reason. Just, can't you take my word for it? So anyway, I just thought odometer fraud scheme was funny.
It is funny.
One of the largest in U.S. history.
Especially if it's that easy to check to see that they've done that.
Yeah.
Just run it through a computer.
Right.
I don't really understand how that works, though.
Well,
how would the computer know?
You hook it in, like I have one of those things that you hook into your car and it throws codes. Like you go, you know, when these guys hook the thing up to your, you know, when you get your emissions checked and you go to a kiosk and you plug that thing in.
Right, but
and it reads it.
How does that know how many miles you've driven?
Because it'll record, I think. I think the onboard, huh?
Where does it record?
I don't know. There's a chip in the truck or something. I mean, it records kind of all the diagnostics of your vehicle.
In a place separate from the odometer.
Yes.
Yeah, because the odometer is just a
display. I know that, yeah. But I didn't know that it was information stored elsewhere.
You know, you get, like I have
you gotta swap out them cards. That's how you commit fraud.
Like I have
properly.
I bought a code scanner for my car so that if there's something, you plug it in and your car will kind of tell you what's wrong. And then if you're going to have somebody fix it, you go, here, what's up? But I assume that's what they did. I don't know how.
One? You know, you can just take it to Terry's North Coast Auto.
Jesus. I was going to say. Yeah, they'll charge you
I almost
for
said
it
something. I was like, no, Terry's will do a diagnostic for you.
But
10% off if you mention Bill Squire.
Really? Is that true?
Yeah.
10% off.
10%.
Wow.
I just got my oil change there last week.
Hey.
Did a quick job.
They're the best.
And did you get 10% off?
I think so.
There you go.
Did you say, hey, how did you do that? Did you go, hey, Bill Squire? Did you go and give him finger guns? Or how did you
What was that noise?
That was the finger gun noise.
That's finger guns?
Yeah, right? You go, finger guns.
Wait, do that again because I have the camera on you.
You wink and then you give him the finger guns.
Okay.
Click,
With the
click.
visual, it makes more sense. I just heard it, and I just hear
You thought it was Poundcake's noise.
It was a little wetter.
Because I'm cocking my finger guns, right? Here's one. Now, if you're watching, watch my fingers, okay? So first, since I'm left-handed, I'm a southpaw, right? So first, I do the first on my left hand. That's my first big cock, right? These are in quick succession.
Right.
So if you slow it down, you'll see. Now my right hand, because it's not my dominant hand, is the second big cock. I'll go. So together, you get a wink. Right?
And then two big cocks.
Yes, I call them the Alan Cox. Now, results may vary. Whatever your dominant hand is, that's how you can do it. Hey, Peter.
I was going to ask Mary if she's ever, but I guess we'll move on.
Yeah, let's move on, Bill.
Let's go right ahead and move on.
Let me move on to Peter.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Oh, hi, Peter. How are you?
I'm doing very well. So I'll make this real quick. The odometer thing, it stores the mileage in two locations in the car, and if you screw it up on the display or the screen, it usually sets a tamper dot on the screen that tells you that there's an issue. So they must have had some complicated software to be able to fix that or remedy that. If not, it's always stored in a second module in the vehicle somewhere.
So then these guys were just too dumb to know that, or why would this be? I mean, if odometer fraud is a big, big business, then that would imply that either people are looking the other way or they don't trace it. The people who are engaged in this kind of fraud obviously aren't turning each other in, but you would think that somewhere along the line, given your example, everyone would get caught? Or is it just something that not everybody checks?
Not everybody checks it, and also not a lot of people are doing it because it's either too complicated these days. I mean, if you look at modern cars, are just too convoluted. So some people just go ahead, they write some software, and they're able to fix it, and then you'll never know. And other people get away with it, but it's not a common thing. I don't see it as a common thing anymore. It used to be when you could pull the instrument cluster apart and swap out numbers and this and that.
Right.
But you can't really do that much anymore because everything's digital.
It's because it's not the old school dial.
Exactly.
Right. Well, yeah, they say this goes back a decade. So, I mean, you would think that the dials would have been long gone before 2013, but maybe not in these delivery trucks. I don't know. Okay, thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
There's Peter dropping some knowledge on us. So thank you. So you want to talk about Hinky Boy. So for you budding criminals out there, maybe think of something other than odometer fraud as your first get.
Just have to crack open the odometer, roll it back by hand.
You can't do that anymore. It was 1985.
And that was an old car, too.
Old Ferrari,
Yeah.
in which case that should have worked, I would think. Wasn't it he describes the whole thing, the 1965 for, Cameron Fry and that whole thing. And boy, I would think that would have worked had they done that in real life.
But instead, Cameron just lost his mind.
Yeah.
Kicked the car and destroyed it.
And he convinced himself he was happy that it happened because he would cop to it and he would finally take control of his life.
And stand up to his dad.
That's right.
Dad, I know that you love that car more than me. Well, I destroyed it. So now you probably like me even less, but I don't even care.
Who does he love? He loves a car. Not his son.
Not his son.
Not his son. That's right.
I love this song.
I've got gummy bears in my pocket. They're all soft and squishy. When Ed Rooney's riding back on the bus and he's been beaten up, been kickboxed about the head, neck, and chest by Jennifer Grey with her original nose.
The OG nose.
The OG nose.
I like Jennifer Grey.
She's great. Okay, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. I'll have those Cedar Point passes for you. They're doing Light Up the Point for the 4th of July, but or they're at Cedar Point Shores, but we'll get you out there. And then I'll have another keyword for you closer to 5:30, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Be listening for all those keywords to grab yourself $1,000 from MMS.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you
to own the day. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring at your local retailer today.
Stop to, wow, give stuff away.
All right, got some Cedar Point passes for you. Celebrate the 4th of July during Light Up the Point. Fireworks on the 4th, ride and roller coasters, spectacular fireworks display. Right on Cedar Point Beach at dusk. More info, cedarpoint.com. Okay, a couple of passes here for you. Get you out to Sandusky. Good luck. Have fun. Call 10-216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you, about $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Here in about 7 or 8 minutes. That next keyword, your way, around 5:30. Your Cleveland Guardians are in Kansas City to start up tonight against the Royals. That's an 8:10 start here on MMS. They are in Central Time there, so that would be a 7:10 game if you traveled to see them. You can listen here on the Buzzard and on the iHeartRadio app. If you do listen on the app to this program or otherwise, tell me where. I'd like to know where people are. Our buddy Roman is a roving bureau chief, right now?
Yeah.
Where's he, in Denver?
Denver is what he said yesterday. He said, I don't know how long he's going to be there because he's out there on the road.
Well, he's there now
Mhm.
and listening on the app. Sasha is one of our bureau chiefs in Portland, Oregon. Andy listens in Atlanta. Jeff's up in Palmer, Alaska. Jackie's in Paramus, New Jersey. Nick is down in Gainesville, Florida. We were just talking about that earlier in the show because the Gators got destroyed by LSU in the Men's College World Series. But Gainesville has better bands than Baton Rouge. That's my take on it. You can agree to disagree. But if you listen on the app, thanks. I appreciate it. Our own Bill Squire, of course, who was employed for many years by NASA.
Oh, no. That's a misconception.
I'm sorry?
I just shopped there.
You saw that NASA is making a big show about the fact.
Big show, one of my
Inuit siblings.
Brothers, yeah.
Yeah, what's the, is there a current updated non-problematic term for Eskimo brothers, Inuit siblings, or?
Something like that.
For the
You can still
uninitiated.
say brothers.
Inuit brothers?
Inuit brothers, because we've both been Inuit.
Yeah! Yeah, for the uninitiated, explain old-timey Eskimo brothers.
It's
since
two
I'm
guys,
not, I'm not.
two guys that have had sex with the same girl.
I don't think
not at the same time, but just like over.
Right, not at the same
course of
time.
her
Not
sex-having career.
Not an Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
This is over the course of your sex-having career.
I got the Big Show and Larry Johnson are my favorites.
Together, they're referred to as Big Johnson.
They're pretty awesome.
I don't think, I'm sure we've delved into this before. I'm not aware of being in that situation with anyone famous.
Anyone famous.
Yeah, anyone famous. That's right. I don't even know, I don't know guys who have slept with girlfriends of mine. Like that wasn't on my radar. If I ever met them, they certainly didn't tell me.
I don't know,
and I wouldn't tell them either.
The day-to-day ones, but the famous ones. It's because I brought it up on the show, and the person that told me this texted in like, "Yeah, Big Show, Larry Johnson."
This was Big Booby Girl?
This is one of the Big Booby Girls.
The blonde is who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, she was blonde, but she was never. We only hooked up for like a month.
Month?
Yeah, this is like a month
in the span of a month, she told you Larry Johnson and...
She never told me in the moment. She told me later when she was listening to the show. She would catch the show.
Oh, after you were split up.
Yeah. And she'd be like, hey, Big Show, Larry Johnson.
But why tell you then?
I don't know, because it's contributing to the show.
She's thinking about the show, Alan.
Yeah.
Right.
Just like I wanted to do the mowing the lawn thing on here, she also cares about getting that engagement going on the show.
Yeah, but she wanted to humble brag to you.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, Larry Johnson's amazing. Like, that's the funniest one. Like, because it's also, she's a little bit older than me. So this is in the days of, like, he had to call her house phone when she still lived with her parents.
Right. The guy's like 60.
And they'd be like, Larry's on the phone. Like, her little brother would answer and be like, it's Larry. Which
Wow.
is so funny.
When he was with the Knicks or when?
I think this
Or
is when
retired?
I think this is when he was with Charlotte. I think this is like when he was a rookie.
How much older than you was she?
Or
Or was he considerably older than her?
So I was probably 10. So she's probably 7 or 8 years older than me, something like that.
So she's closer to my age.
Yeah.
I see.
Still hot.
Mary,
this is 7 or 8 years
Mary,
ago, too.
anything like that on your radar?
As far as famous people go,
I mean, I know civilian-wise. I mean, it's...
not that I can think. Not that anybody's told me. Where like I've hooked up with a guy and they're like, "Hey,
What about
I also banged
What about that
Rihanna."
really funny TikTok guy?
Who is this?
No. Stop.
Well, now I'm being left out.
They're just someone that she used to hook up with that's not very funny.
God, he's so bad.
But he posts a lot of TikToks. And
Is he popular on TikTok?
No. He's terrible. And whenever I see his TikToks, I send them to Mary, and she gets really embarrassed. And
Why?
Because it was such a bad idea.
Yeah, but you weren't... I assume you're still drinking.
Yes.
So you get a little bit of leeway there. But you weren't hooking up with him because he was hilarious.
No. I don't know why. This is the one whose
Yeah, you
girlfriend
do.
came home and I had to
Oh,
jump
really?
out the window.
This is jumping out, running through the woods guy?
Yes, without my shoes, and then I crashed my car on the way home. That was this guy.
And now he's on TikTok like everybody else?
But it's so bad. It's some of the worst things I've ever seen.
Well, also, what is it? He's got to be like in his mid-30s, right?
Yeah.
Why is
he's
he
got-
on TikTok?
He's got a kid and stuff now.
Right. What's he doing on TikTok?
Who knows? He's trying to be
I'm on
funny.
TikTok.
Yeah, we're all on TikTok.
You
You're
got-
on
but
TikTok?
We're all performers.
Right. He
is
was
my-
a comedian.
Well, it doesn't sound like he's very funny.
He's not.
It's not.
That's the whole point.
But he tries, and it's my favorite thing to send to Mary. She gets very
I'm
mad.
trying to think. I haven't really hooked up with anybody famous that would have like a really cool famous person that they've
Right.
also had sex with.
Right.
Because girls, generally, I feel like guys aren't like it's more common probably for a girl to sleep with an NBA player. Do you get
Than
what
a
I'm
guy?
saying? No, like, dude.
I mean, you were in a limo with Dennis Rodman. That could have gone.
But I
a
didn't sleep with
But
him.
that could have gone a different way had you been open to it.
Dude,
then,
he was
then
like
you'd be Eskimo sisters or tunnel buddies.
tunnel buddies with Carmen Electra.
Carmen Electra and Madonna.
And
like,
everyone
you should
else.
have done that
That's
just
pretty
for the
good.
story.
Dude, do you see the sheer size of Dennis Rodman?
You were drunk.
So
you wouldn't have
what?
felt the thing. It'd have been fine.
And
Be
you
able
would have
to
had
walk.
the A-listers.
You would have.
Yeah.
Your dad would have died even younger.
My dad asked me why I didn't when he was alive.
Oh, really?
He was like, I
was
can't
on my
believe
side?
you didn't sleep with someone who slept with Carmen Electra. That's what my dad
Oh,
thought.
this is the most I've ever missed your dad.
Yeah.
Your dad asked you why didn't you sleep with Dennis Rodman?
Yeah, because he was like, this is a once in a lifetime thing. And he had a thing for Carmen Electra, I'm assuming, because that was the one he brought up. But
So he wanted to be mental
Proxy.
tunnel buddies. He wanted to
guess.
be mental Inuit siblings.
Someone with my DNA
with Dennis
Right.
hooked up with someone who I fantasized about.
I guess.
Boy, that is 6 degrees
it's
of,
weird.
of Tara Patrick.
But yeah, I
Wow.
don't think that there's been, because I haven't hooked up with a lot of people that would be shooting in that range to be sleeping with famous people.
Well, I digress. NASA is making a big show about the fact that they are recycling, because you have to, 98% of the pee and sweat on the International Space Station into drinkable water.
Nope.
That makes me want to barf.
Well, they got to do. First of all, I didn't even realize the ISS was still up there. Like, aren't we hitching a ride from Russia or something now? I thought this thing was long gone. I guess I'm not paying attention to it. 98% of the now this is a Black Mirror. This is Black Mirror. They should do this because it's based on a true story, but then it takes like a terrible, awful turn, right? They use advanced dehumidifiers to capture moisture from the crew's breath, from the crew's sweat as they go about their daily tasks, and their urine. And a distillation process produces water and a urine brine.
What's a brine?
It's salty water. That seems redundant. Urine brine. So they go 98%. Somebody has to drink the other 2%, though.
No, they use it to clean the floors or something.
That's what I want to. Who is in trouble up there? And I don't know how many people are up there. Who's in trouble up there? Like your day in the barrel is you got to drink the other 2%. They said, let's just say you collect 100 pounds of water on the station. You lose 2 pounds of that, and the other 98% just keeps going around and around and around. A very important step forward in the evolution of their life support systems. So they're drinking pee and sweat. And listen, if they can't mass market this down here on terra firma, they're missing a golden opportunity, if you will. So who knows? Well, think of all the technology that we've derived from NASA. You think they're just going to hide this light under a bushel basket? They're going to go, hey, new from NASA. You know, there's going to be in-home dehumidifiers once climate change makes things more and more uninhabitable. You're going to need to reclaim that water. They're trying to get out ahead of it. They're like, look, hate to tell you guys, down there, in 5 or 6 years when you're all eating cricket powder, you're going to need to be drinking your sweat too. And peeing, you need to conserve every bit of water. So you're going to go to like the, Circle K or whatever, go into the cooler, and you're going to find the NASA, the sweat water.
NASA sweat water.
Splashdown from NASA. Yummy. It's reconstituted pea water. Freeze-dried asparagus flavored. Up there on the ISS. Something to think about. I got money here for you. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Your shot at some money right before the holiday. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I think it was a couple of months ago that there was a story in Huntsville, Alabama, that a woman working the ground crew at a small regional airport had been sucked into the plane engine. Wasn't paying attention, right? First, this has happened with stunning frequency, people not paying attention. So there was this rich kid a few months back who got off a helicopter to meet his family or something, or he was getting, remember that? Yeah. Getting on the helicopter. He forgot his phone on the helicopter. So again, situational awareness was zero. He didn't really pay attention. Everybody's yelling at him while he goes back to get his phone. He doesn't hear them because it's so loud. He walks into the rotor, or it chops his head off or something, going back to get his phone. And then a couple of months ago, there's this girl in Huntsville, Alabama, I think, who's working the ground crew. And she gets sucked into the engine. And the commercial term for this is ingested by the jet engine, which is really gross. If you're trying to make people feel less gross about it, ingested is not the way to do it. Now, her family is suing because they're saying that something was not, protocols were not followed, whatever. That's a tough case to make because usually in these cases, it's somebody wasn't paying attention. So for the second time in 6 months, there's a story about someone ingested into a jet engine. This happened on Friday at the San Antonio airport. This is somebody who was an airport ramp worker. It was 10:30 at night, local time, on Friday. And so the FAA and the NTSB are investigating this. And it didn't take them very long because they determined it was suicide.
Jumped into a jet engine.
Unless they're just trying to like gloss over something here, right? But imagine it's suicide. You get near the jet engine, you get like the jet.
Get those intrusive thoughts.
Yeah. See?
This is a person who didn't have a journal.
Should always keep a journal.
So there's somebody working the ramp or whatever. But imagine if it was legit suicide and this person just goes, I'm done. And they jump into the jet engine. The worker had been told in 2 separate meetings to stay away from the engines until they had been shut down and the aircraft's beacon was off. But still, I mean...
Twice they had to tell him, which means that this was happening often. That he was hanging around the jet engines.
Well, or he was casing the joint. He's like, hey, how close can I get before anybody's... But imagine, that's a baller move. To jump into the jet engine and kill yourself.
That's wild.
Because you really want to leave... You want to leave an impression on people's minds.
I was gonna say, I feel so bad for the people that have to clean that up.
No, they probably just hose it out, right? Oh, I'm sure there is. I bet they have to take the whole thing apart.
Or he waited until he was working with someone he hated to make the biggest mess he could.
Yo, check this out.
That's super petty.
That's what I'm saying.
I think they finally ID'd Julian Sands' remains, too. Remember that actor who went hiking and they couldn't find out where he was?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They've identified the remains as Julian Sands. He was hiking on Mount Baldy in January, and they couldn't find him. They'd been searching the area, and they finally, San Bernardino County, finalists, one of our bureau chiefs out there just sent me this. They finally positively ID'd the remains as Julian Sands, who's a great British actor. But if you were a fan of the Warlock series, kind of a cheesy, kind of a cool few movies in the 90s. But he was in all kinds of stuff and real good. But I guess he was out hiking. I don't know if he was with somebody, but he had been missing since January after he went hiking. But there was deep snow, and they had found a couple of other hikers before he went missing. These people who go out on these hikes. And yeah, the weather can hit you very quickly, but I was reading about this guy and his 2 stepsons who went hiking. I don't think it was Death Valley, but it was like 110 degrees. And they couldn't find the car. They didn't have water. And it's like the stepdad and one of the stepkids died. And the other kid's got to try to find the car. I mean, you'd want to bring like a giant backpack just full of water.
Yes, but
full of water.
But you have to wear that then. If you're on a long hike, you have to carry all that extra weight.
Right, but you need to plot out that hike too based on how much water you're going to have. It's these people who park and then go, let's go hiking. I don't understand. We've all been on hikes where it's really, really hot. And you're like, oh, I'm not going to be out here for a long time. And some of these people...
This doesn't sound like it was on a trail. How do you get lost on a trail?
No, this was like in the desert.
That's what I mean.
But they like left the car. I don't know. Yeah.
I've never hiked off a trail before. One time, so a couple years ago, when my sister and I, 2021, my sister and I went to the Redwoods, we...
Was that time?
What?
When was? Oh no, that was.
I'm Living for Me was in Portland. I went and did that by myself. Yeah. When we went to the Redwoods, we were on the trail, but there were like 2 ways you could go, and we ended up going the long way, but still stayed on the trail. But like we had looked it up on the All Trails app, and we're like, all right, this is like a 3-mile hike. It should take us X amount of minutes, and then it was like double the time. And I'm like, there's no way. Like we're still on this trail. It hasn't like disappeared. Like we're gonna have to get back to where we started at some point. It's a loop. And I started to freak out a little bit, but we ended up just accidentally choosing the longer way.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the people, I think, who go off the trail, or they go to places that don't have trails at all, like the desert, where they're just like, let me just figure this out. Hopefully I'll find it back. That blows my mind. I'll never understand that.
Right.
Like, these places exist for a reason. Trails and things.
That's right. Listen to Mary Santora. These places exist for a reason.
All right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of zoned out there. When you go hiking, just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Don't worry about trails.
Just walk wherever you need to walk.
Okay.
Wipe with anything. Drop apple cores. Whatever you need to do, man. It's your trail. Or not.
That's slang for drugs, dropping apple cores?
Yeah.
Okay. Do some mushrooms and just wander.
Not all who wander are lost, Bill.
But all who are lost are wandering.
They're wondering where it all went wrong for them as they're cozying up to the giant redwood tree. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch, we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere
101.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text? You can go to AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Tail end here. Who's helping out today? Booty Flumpkins. Thanks so much.
Booty, 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 booty.
Booty Flumpkins.
That's so disrespectful, Mary.
Why?
Helping out.
That song wasn't about him?
Song killed his dad.
Oh, my goodness.
That song killed Booty Flumpkins Sr.
Mm-hmm.
This is Booty Flumpkins Jr. He's still keeping the candle lit for the old man. I wasn't sure. I thought maybe you would have this in Perez Bilton and the Hot Celebrity Goss. The dog, the bounty hunter, discovered that he had a secret son. Well, a secret to him. I'm sure the kid knew he was alive. But Dog the Bounty Hunter, I don't even know if this show is still on television. I remember his wife died a few years ago, Beth Chapman. This is Dwayne. Why are you laughing?
Because South Park parodied her, and she was just a pair of boobs.
She did have a giant rack.
Beth
like
is my
an
bitch,
old
and
face, yeah.
they just showed her just her face suffocating by her boobs.
Was that a recent South Park within the last few years? Or
Oh God, no! It
I
was.
was gonna say, Dog the Bounty Hunter kind of had his day like 15 years ago.
Boobs.
But then didn't he get blown up for something like he was using the N-word or,
Boobs.
Gee, what a shock.
Right?
Anyway, apparently he posted on Instagram that he had another kid. He was meeting an adult son for the first time. Now, mind you, he already has 12 kids. So
He breathes like a dog, too, huh?
yeah! He's Dog the Booty Hunter.
There you go.
It's disrespectful. He's helping out in the live stream today.
No, that's Booty Flumpkins, Mary.
Yeah, he's hunting booties.
He has a book called 9 Lives and Counting, coming soon.
That's a cat joke. What an idiot.
He already has 12 kids. And he most recently met his adult son and his daughter-in-law, his son John, and John's wife Jody.
Do you know how he got the nickname Dog?
What? Dog Kesha. Dog Kesha.
No, when he was it's from when he was a kid. He used to pull himself across the carpet and dragging his butthole.
Oh.
Yeah. Helped with his hemorrhoids. He had hemorrhoids at a very young age.
At a very young age. Who knew? Boy. And he was able to monetize it and get a whole show out of it.
He embraced it.
Yeah, he really did.
Why must I feel like that? Why must I just got nobody dogging me?
I mean, he only had 2 kids with his ex-wife. He was married to Beth up until she died from cancer about 4 years ago. So he only had 2 kids with her, but he had 10 other kids. And of course, like every divorced guy, they swear they'll never get married again. But he got married a few months later. He's 68. His wife died. For those of you who used to watch Dog the Bounty Hunter, you remember Beth Chapman. She was like his partner in crime there. And she was featured very, very prominently in that show. And he is currently married to someone for about 3 years. His current wife also lost her husband to cancer. That's how you bond, boy. Mm-hmm. When my grandmother got remarried, my maternal grandmother, she remarried her next door neighbor who she had met because his wife had cancer. And so my grandmother was always helping out. They lived in the apartment next to my grandma. And so she was helping him with his wife. And then when his wife passed away, they had, established a certain degree of companionship there. I don't remember how long it was between when my step-grandfather's wife died and when he proposed to my grandmother, but I was a senior in high school when they got married. But by that time,
What a funny
my
sentence.
grandpa had been dead for 10 years.
Hey guys, I can't come out to the party this weekend. My grandma's getting married.
Well, it's funny because I've talked about this before. My grandmother lived to almost, she was 2 weeks shy of her 103rd birthday. My grandfather died when I was 8. My mom was 29 years old, and he was 13 years older than my grandmother. Well, the guy she remarries, who just couldn't have been sweeter, Jim, he's from family from Dayton, Ohio. And we'll still see them from time to time when they come to Illinois or whatever.
How's your mom doing? Is she dating yet?
Shut up, Bill.
I'm just asking a simple question.
She's not dating yet.
Just out there playing the field. Got it.
See me after the show, wait. And
see her after.
Sure.
You're fired.
So my grandmother ends up marrying a guy 10 years younger than her because she's like, oh, I don't want to outlast another husband. Well, that's exactly what she did. No, and I don't remember. I remember it was a fight between me and my mom to have my girlfriend at the time in the wedding photo. Because I'm a senior in high school. I hadn't had No, it wasn't that. I just hadn't had that many girlfriends, and she and I were pretty tight. And my grandma's getting married, and my mom is like, no girlfriends. I was the only one at the time of my siblings that had a girlfriend, but no girlfriends. My mom thought it was inappropriate for this girl to be with me in my grandmother's wedding. But I'm going, Mom, please, it's like a big deal, please. My grandma didn't care. She's like, hey, it's all good. My mom finally relented. What my mom said to me was, you're going to look back at this years from... My mom was always planning ahead, right? You're going to look back at this and you're going to feel silly or stupid because you don't even know this girl anymore, and she's in your grandmother's wedding photo. And I couldn't say one way or the other. You don't know the way something's going to go. Well, sure enough, this girl is, we broke up like the next year, but she's in my grandmother's wedding photo. Now, I couldn't tell you the last time I saw my grandmother's wedding photo, but this girl was in it. And she was the only one in it that wasn't in our family. So I understand where my mom was coming from, but at the time I was like,
It was so important.
It was so important. But now, so now, like, I don't know what this girl's doing now. I mean, she hit me up a couple of years ago. She's like, hey, it looks like you're doing great, blah, blah, blah. She's, married, kids, the whole thing.
So my older sister got married in the summer of 2019, which was the first time Brian and I dated. And she invited me. She was like, hey, we're going to Cedar Point in a couple weeks. Do you want to come? And I was like, sure. So I invited Brian. I was like, hey, my sister and her boyfriend are going to Cedar Point. Like, let's go together. And then she told me a few days before, I want to say like less than a week before, she was like, we're actually getting married at Cedar Point. And I uninvited Brian.
You have a new date to your sister's wedding.
I uninvited Brian. I was like, hey, apparently this is a wedding and we're not there yet. Like, you're not coming to my sister's wedding.
Even though it's at Cedar Point.
Well, it was at Cedar Point, but there was still
were
pictures.
Were you in the wedding?
Well, yeah, I was the only other. Her fiance had one friend and she had me.
I see.
So it was like 4 of us.
Oh, this is real small.
Yes. And then Mike Polk officiated. So it was like, there was
he does.
5 people there. And Brian was like, are you for real right now? And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm sorry, but you can't.
Well, no, but him coming doesn't mean he would have to have been in the picture.
I know, but I was like, I felt weird about him being there at my sister's wedding when it was going to be me, her fiance, and his best friend.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
how'd that go? Did that contribute to the two of you parting company for a minute?
No, we parted company because I asked him if he wanted to be friends with benefits, and he said no, that he wanted a relationship.
He's a one-woman man.
He is. But I did the opposite of what you did. You threw your girlfriend at the time in the pictures, and I was like, hey, you can't come to this.
I think that's a smarter move. I think you and my mom are correct. Because now when I see that, and again, I haven't seen it but it was always on. It was at my grandmother's apartment. It was always on like the TV or something because it was her wedding photo. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, there's Corey sitting right next to me. So, Poundcake, did you see the TikTok of the dude who posted the video that he surreptitiously took of his parents when they performed an exorcism?
What?
To cleanse the demons, the gay demons in his house. So this kid grows up, this dude named Andrew Hartzler grows up in this like super evangelical family in Kansas City, Missouri, where the Guardians play the Royals tonight, 8:10 on the Buzzard. His family was part of a very conservative, I mean, I guess evangelical is not crazy enough. You have all these groups are like, no, those people aren't religious enough for us.
Liberal.
Right. They don't want to stone gay people to death. They're all woke. Called the International House of Prayer. He came out to his parents at 14, and they sent him to a gay conversion camp. For people who are unfamiliar what those are, that's when you try to force a person. And these religious camps, they try to do it physically, by the way, to change your sexual identity or whatever. Still legal in a bunch of states, by the way. Ohio among them. There's 21 states that have banned gay conversion therapy, not Ohio. Still on the cutting edge.
You can still pray the gay away.
Yeah. But this kid posted a thing about some video that he took of his parents going around the house reading, trying to cast out the gay demons after he came out. Did it work?
Did it work? I'm just curious.
No.
I would give it the good college try. I mean,
It's as effective as thoughts and prayers.
Cody,
To get all the demons out of my room that they thought were making me gay.
Devil, go in Jesus' name. You foul spirit, you leave in Jesus' name. What is happening in this
Here's when my parents hired an exorcist to get all the demons.
Evil spirit, go now in Jesus' name. Evil spirit, go now in Jesus' name. And I pray the conviction of the Lord upon this room in Jesus' name. Devil, you have no more place. You can never enter this room again. I plead the blood of Christ over this closet.
Over this closet.
Over
because
everything.
that's where the son has been, in the closet. So these people literally go, we're going to pray away this closet that you've been in.
To get all the demons out of my room that they thought were making me gay.
I mean, first of all, that dude's gay. But his parents really, really wanted to get the...
Go in Jesus' name.
Yeah.
You foul spirit, you leave in Jesus' name. What has happened in this closet in Jesus' name? Every evil spirit, go now in Jesus' name. Evil spirit, go now in Jesus' name. And I pray the conviction of the Lord upon this room in Jesus' name. Devil, you have no more place. You can never enter this room again. I plead the blood of Christ over this closet, over every piece of clothing in here. Salvation in Jesus' name. The presence of God. Whew. Something was in here in Jesus' name.
He walks in and he's like, woo, something in there.
like a circuit party in here.
Yeah. There were some butt demons in this room.
Emphasis, Sodom and Gomorrah. Emphasis on the Sodom.
Cody, what?
Never turn your back on a man named Sodom. Like Gallagher back in the day. Oh, Rip Gallagher.
Yes, Mary.
Yeah.
What would a gay demon sound like?
Oh, God, I don't know. Hey, you're in hell?
Why is he so confused?
I don't know.
Everyone that practices sodomy from the day of this message will get cancer in the butthole.
You could have just
It'll
done your
burn
own voice.
and burn and burn.
Yeah, you could have done your own voice.
Oh my God, I'm totally burning alive. There's no Starbucks in hell. What am I gonna do?
That's
He went
what
right for the stereotype. Didn't even peel back an extra layer.
I was thinking more of like if he was being exorcised, what would the gay demon sound like when they were praying in the name of Jesus? But you know what? You do you, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Ghostbag is a gay demon.
That's why I said he refuses to cross over, and that's just what makes him stay here.
Yeah.
I'm really lucky that my mom, because I mean, my mom is religious and she's black, and usually
I was thinking about that when I was looking at this story. I'm like, man, that could have been Poundcake's life. He got pretty lucky.
Yeah,
with your mom.
She was very accepting. Like, she was not that person. I didn't think my whole coming out was dealing with it myself. It was never did I think my mom or my brother wouldn't accept me. So I was lucky in that aspect. But I think most people battle themselves. That's the hardest. But yeah, no, there was no speaking in tongues.
Heal in the name of Jesus.
There was no what?
There was no like speaking in tongues and trying to save me. I did that myself. I thought it would work. There was a time before I came out. I call it like the before period.
Mm-hmm.
Before, I was in my little cocoon before I like blossomed into a butterfly.
Well, you were still on board with all that stuff.
Well, I'm still on board. I'm still a Christian, but I just feel like everybody sins. Like everybody is guilty of sin.
That's kind of the point.
There's a bunch of Christians out here having sex before marriage, having a bunch of kids, getting divorced, doing whatever.
That's the perfect way to look at it. Well, they're all sinners. I might as well sit and
But I consider it no sin is bigger than any other sin.
The Trump defense.
Oh, okay. So to you, murder and not keeping the Sabbath holy are the same.
Same thing.
Yes.
Wearing mixed fabrics on a Sunday is the same as stoning a person. Yeah, all the same.
We're all sinners.
All right.
As long as we're here, we can be forgiven. So in my last 30 seconds of their life, I'm going to be like, please forgive me for all my sins.
That's not how it works.
I'm just going to do one real quick.
Yeah, not how it works. Otherwise, hell would be empty if that were the case.
I thought you said hell didn't exist.
It doesn't. It's made up. I'm just playing along with you. I'm yes-anding you.
Some people are like, screw it till the end. They don't care.
I can't do a blanket forgiveness.
Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my friend.
A blanket forgiveness?
Yeah, I'm like, for everything I've done, please forgive me. And then I kill
Yeah, but you're supposed to be truly penitent in your heart, mind, and soul.
They also have.
I'm about to die. I don't want to go to hell.
Deathbed confessions might be good for like mystery novels, but
No, because they have preachers come in and read you the sinner's prayer and things like that are supposed to send you up.
yeah.
That's just preachers trying to get paid.
Oh no, I'm about to get hit by a train. Please forgive me for all my sins.
They do that.
All
Do
the
they
hot,
get paid
sexy
for
men
that?
I've been with.
I don't think they get paid to do that kind of stuff. You just call them and they're like, all right, I'll be there in a minute.
Yeah, but you got to like be a good member in good standing.
And that's not how Christian church, Mormons are Christian.
But there's no paid clergy in the Mormon church.
I could call.
It's all volunteer.
I fully believe I could call I have not been to church in at least voluntarily in over a decade. And I believe I could call my pastor today and he would meet me somewhere. I believe that.
I mean, that's supposed to be the way it goes. It's not supposed to be transactional.
Right. I don't think it's got
I feel
anything to do with
like
money.
it is.
But they don't ask for money for stuff like that.
I feel like they're going to be turning the iPad around and being like, how about a tip?
To who? You just died. The person's on their deathbed.
To whoever was left in the room. Be like, well, I made sure he's going to heaven, so hope to see you Sunday.
Yeah,
wait, so
our Venmo.
So Poundcake, you have the wherewithal to see that you're going to get hit by a truck, but not to get out of the way. I'm about to get hit by this truck. Forgive me for everything that.
Well, if I'm not driving, if I'm in the passenger seat, I'm like, oh my gosh, we're about to get hit. Oh my God, please forgive me for all the stuff sinning I've done. I'm sorry, I put my mouth on that.
Sorry, I put my mouth on
Sorry, I
that.
put my mouth on that.
Sorry, you open your mouth in general.
Yeah.
Hey, I molest children. No, I don't.
Intrusive thoughts.
Intrusive
I would say,
thoughts.
don't put that in. When I got a big load, I go put it in there.
Intrusive actions.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I
Poundcake when he sees a straight guy. Mm-hmm. I got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192. Guardians tonight, first of 3 in Kansas City against the Royals. That's 8:10 tonight on The Buzzard.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free